Hello everyone, this is FIDE World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Sardinia, Italy, and today we have the final round, and today we will know the winners of the event and the champions of the event. Here we are, your commentators, Grandmaster Evgeny, Miroshnichenko, and woman Grandmaster Keti, Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah, welcome everybody, and today pay all the attention to the playing hall because we do have some very important guests to make ceremonial first move on boards 1 in both open and women's section. So no disclosure just yet, but yeah, let's wait for the camera to catch the guest. I believe we can see it's FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich himself and Dana Reznice-Ozela, who is FIDE Vice President and Managing Director, right?
That is right. So both of them are visiting the tournament and they will attend the closing ceremony, which will start today at 9 p.m. After the round is done and also after the... So we're going to have big celebration today and let's see who will take the titles.
Okay, so Arkady greets Yosipenko, but first move will be made. So Arkady makes it in a women's tournament and then, or girls tournament rather, and Dana will play first move in the open. So I have no worries about Dana. She's a woman grandmaster, but Arkady, okay, he probably consults the player, right? Anyway, it's hard to make a mistake on move 1 if you are being reasonable.
As I know, also Arkady Dvorkovich, FIDE president, is quite a decent player.
No, of course. I mean, I'm
chess
kidding.
Family.
He's from chess family. He's passionate about chess, and
right.
like I've seen him playing blitz and.
But also, many viewers might also ask questions about first move, who just joins for the first time and never witnessed such a situation. This is just first move for photos and symbolic first move, and players have all the rights to take the move back and make the move that they would like to have. So it is not official move.
Yeah, more of a ceremonial kind of start the game, starting the round. So the round is started. We do have really very tense round. Yeah, well, they've been working for 10 days straight. That's the day 11, round 11. And yeah, you can, make a, I don't know, you can win the last game and lift yourself like on a standings. And also you can make one mistake and everything, everything ends badly. So that's, out of all the important days, this perhaps is the most important one.
I had chat with a few of the players. Most of them want to finish this tournament. It was a long run for them. They enjoy to be here, especially at the time of the period. In most of the part of the world, it is winter time, and here we have beautiful sunny weather every day. Players also have the access to many courts like tennis court, basketball court, and more games, also swimming pool and sea, but still it is competition. Then things are getting serious and they are just exhausted to be a part of this competition.
Absolutely, that's quite interesting. Usually the interview with, interview with the winner, well, you would expect someone who just won such a prestigious event to be ecstatic, to be full of energy, and chess players after 11, 11 rounds, they usually, okay, I won. So, I mean, you don't even have the emotions to celebrate when the tournament's over.
They are the most tired people at the tournament, indeed. All right, let's take a look at the standings. This is the final day, and surely we need to look at one more time who are the leaders in the girls section and in also open section.
Yeah, so in the girls section, it's very much clear, right? It's so the title is decided between 2 players, right? So Beidulaeva and well, wait a second. That's something. Something's off. I believe that's not the one, right? That's perhaps a previous round. Anyway, I do remember the situation in the girls section. It's Beidulaeva 1 point clear of Serikbai. So if Beidulaeva doesn't lose, the tournament's over. She wins the title. If she loses, then only Asel Serikbai, in case she wins, can catch her up. All right, these are the standings, right? So you can see 8.5 for Beidulaeva. So she guarantees herself a second already, and a draw today will absolutely guarantee her a gold medal. Asel Serikbai is second, and then it's a huge tie for the third.
Yeah, the fight for the silver medal and the bronze medal is serious. Here you can see 7 points. Just covers all our screen. In the open section is a bit different situation. Here we have a player with 8 points, and this is Adam Kozak, but he is just a half point ahead of Abdullah Gadimbaili. It's not 1 point like we have in the girls section. So here the situation is more tense. Then we have a lot of players with 7 points, and they are also going to fight for the medal.
Yeah, and in, say, somewhat unlikely event if both Kozak and Gadimbaili lose, in fact, pretty much anyone from those on 7 points can take the title. So that's, much more tense. So, and you can see the pairings. Yes, Gadimbaili has the white pieces, but his opponent, his countryman Mohammad Muradli, is even higher rated. So that's not an easy pairing by any means. Adam Kozak black against Leon Luke Mendonca from India. Also quite a tough opponent. Yesipenko has black against Arseny Nesterov. Then Francesco Sonis against Indian. I believe these guys are also on 7 points. Yeah, and a bit of girls pairing, top 4 boards. Beidulaeva against Kurmangalieva. So I'm getting a bit confused because such a lot of Kazakhstan players on top boards, but I believe Leah Kurmangalieva makes her first appearance at the top table. So she did not play on that high boards so far. Then Yelisaveta Khrebenshikova from Ukraine against Asel Serikbai. That's a very important game for both of them. Serikbai kind of needs to win to get a chance to catch up with Beidulaeva. If Khrebenshikova wins, she is tied for the second guaranteed. So once again, very important game. Livia Yarotska facing Nargul Salimova, and Zenzala Ur against Laman Hajieva. Those are top 4 boards in the girls tournament.
All right, now let's bring the chess board on the screen and take a look what is happening in the girls section on the first board. Very tense situation between on this board right now, and sometimes it can be even tough when you are leading, when you are the one who needs so much this victory or a draw. Some of the players found it very tense. So let's see how Beidulaeva is dealing with this situation.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall if she was playing the Queen's Indian in the previous rounds, because, yeah, that was her choice today anyway. So to play 3b6, g3, bishop a6, and the Queen c2. And that's, well, the line that was very fashionable, like very trendy, some 15 years ago, perhaps on a very high level. But then it actually is kind of forgotten, and I believe perhaps you could argue to, like finding new ideas now with modern engines, with things. So basically it goes about White sacrificing the pawn with d5. E takes, c takes, knight takes, and then white doesn't have anything immediately, but just goes for a long-term compensation for the pawn. Rook to d1, and here, if I'm not mistaken, it's a first crossroad for black. Can play knight to f6, can play knight, knight f6 is possible, queen c8 is possible, or knight to c6, which was played in the game. So knight to c6, the idea is that if white captures, there is knight to b4. And white also has quite a few options. You can play a3, knight c3, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, quite a few moves for white. White chose to play queen f5, which used to be a main line back then. Knight f6, e4, and white's opting to play e5 and so on. Black goes g6 and white plays queen f4. So that's a current position there. It's it's a very dangerous line for black. If black doesn't know exactly what to do, it's very easy to get into a very, very tough situation rather quickly.
That's right. In this position, there have been played quite a lot of games, and the moves that has been played is castle, knight h5 to chase the queen, and also h6. So
not to let white to get on h6, yeah. Don't quite recall what was considered to be the best. Yeah, I believe like castle is the main line, but still you have to remember all the details. Well, so far, I mean, I don't know. Once again, I'm not like super expert on Beydullayeva's opening repertoire, but if you only need a draw with black, I'd suggest this is the line to avoid, because yeah, you do give your opponent quite serious like attacking chances and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's not she
here?
castles. So if it's not your only opening in your repertoire, right? So probably you would go for something else, but maybe she thinks otherwise. Yesterday, by the way, she went for something quite principled and almost got there. Like she was winning at some point. So castles, and let's see how familiar is white with all that. Actually, I'm trying to recall what's the perhaps e5 is what you do. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, castles, some e5. And when the knight moves, is it e5, knight moves, queen h6?
Here white can play either e5, this is more principal move as it attacks the knight, and or you can just play knight to c3, develop the queen side and go for d5 square. Let's check out after e5, because it is like
yeah, looks very
knight h5.
Yeah, knight h5, queen h6, I reckon.
Yeah, queen h6 is one of the possibilities. And here black has an option. Black can play either knight d4 or black can play f6.
Yeah. So knight d4. Ah, yeah, they probably were doing this, exactly. Because I was thinking knight g5 seems to be like, oh, sorry, no, not the pawn, but knight g5 seems to be like a serious positional threat, right? You'll have to take and exchange the bishop. But after knight d4, perhaps you cannot really do this. Also f6 is decent. e5 is played. Yeah, white is playing pretty straightforward line. So we'll see. But yeah, that's a very interesting development. Yeah. Also, both seem to know this line very well. Already 14 moves played.
That's right. e5 is on the board. And seems like knight h5 is the move to be played. Otherwise, knight e8 is a very passive move, and it allows white to make the development on the queen side rather fast.
Knight h5 is the move. Yeah. Shall we check the other, like board 2, board 3?
Yes, let's do
Yeah.
it.
So on board Yelizaveta Krebenshikova and Asel Serikbai. So here we have an English opening with e4, bishop c3, d c3, and castles. What was the move? F3 was the move, or bishop g2 was the move. I'm always confusing these things. So it's basically a Rossolimo Sicilian with colors reversed.
Yeah, I'm not familiar to that opening, to be honest.
Yeah, but you know the Rossolimo Sicilian, right? Don't you? Like e4, c5. I mean bishop b5 line. So that's exactly what we have. G6 and then takes, and white castles, let's say, and you even have this. No, you don't.
No,
have,
I don't know.
You don't have e5. You don't have e5 immediately. But yeah, it can be like possible. And in the game, we have same position with colors reversed and white having an extra tempo. So this would be Rossolimo Sicilian, and now it's like white played e4 and has a move again, right? So bishop g2 or f3 makes sense. The black usually tries for an early c6 d5. If let's say go c3 and black just plays slowly d6, knight c6, I don't know, bishop e6, white usually gets somewhere by expanding on the king side, somehow developing the pieces. It will be really hard for black to break with d5 later on. So if anything, black should be looking to play d5 quickly. Anyway, this seems to be like a surprise for one of the players at the early stage. They are thinking after move 5. So we can move further and check Lydia Yarotska against Nargil Salimova. Yeah, Salimova really took a lot of risk yesterday, and this risk did not pay out. She finds herself fighting for the 3rd place with no chances of winning the gold.
Yep, that's unfortunate to her.
With somewhat slower approach from white. Yeah, knight d2, knight b3 is possible, but kind of not considered to be the most dangerous. Right? If anything, I think it was Kacharava to play the sharpest line here, which is knight c3, and then g4, knight e2. It was a game of Nicolosi Kacharava against, I don't remember whom, the sharp version of it. And knight d2, knight b3 is more position. So white takes measures against potential c5 from black. Knight f3, knight e7, bishop e2. Yeah, so that's kind of a long positional fight is there. Very often they actually go g5, yeah? a4, yeah, a4, a5 is also quite typical. Because, yeah, you just want to get some space on the queen side, and if black replies with a5, then he has difficulties playing c5 because b5 square.
Right.
So a4 and black kind of cannot do much about it. Has to play some other move, not a5, but can play g5 actually. Kind of expand there later from go for f6. It's actually quite a tricky line. So that's Yarotska against Salimova, and one more pair that I believe these girls also are fighting for 2nd and 3rd. It's Sala Urh and Lamon Hajieva. And this is Cambridge Springs variation of Queen's Gambit with Queen a5, this line. It's a brilliant line because it's a lot of traps. When you start playing chess, you actually want to play this line. It was a Slav move order, so one trap was already avoided, but anyway, yeah, Queen a5, and white can actually go wrong in so many ways. what was the funny way of going wrong? I think like bishop d3, knight e4, queen c2 takes on g5, dc4, wins a piece, for instance. I mean, this kind of things. So, as the kid, I was playing it with black, and nobody would even reach the main position because white would, blunder something earlier. Knight d2 is one of the moves, yes. As far as I remember, c takes d5, knight d5 is considered to be the main, and then you can play queen d or rook c1, so both being playable. Knight d2, bishop b4 is also acceptable. Yeah, black also has d takes c4, attacking the bishop, by the way. But then white trades, goes knight takes c4, queen goes to c7 or d8, and white can play in spirit of Catalan opening, like g3, bishop g2, and get a very pleasant position. Not much, but there is something. So bishop b4 is more challenging, more popular. Bishop b4, and here you have once again quite a few options. Rook c1, by the way, I'm not so sure. I was thinking queen c2 used to be the main line, and some people were trying queen c1 as well, which looks mysterious. I mean, why would you prefer queen c1 over queen c2? The point is that when you play a3, you actually do attack the bishop because the rook is protected. So with queen c2, black h6 then castles, and when you play a3, you are not even threatening to take with the queen on c2. Anyway, in our game, white went rook c1, knight e4 followed, knight takes e4, pawn takes, c5. Once again, the bishop was hanging, so white kind of has to do this. c5, queen takes a2. Yeah, that's some old-fashioned line. It's actually quite interesting. If I remember correctly, that one's also very, very sharp, because queen might get stuck here. Bishop c4. Bishop e2. She has already played bishop e2. I think the main line back then was something like bishop c4, and not even sure, possibly castles is not possible, right? Castles, black will take the maybe rook c2. I remember, like, you would sacrifice 2 pawns and then you castle quickly and you get huge compensation. Like queen a3, let's say, and you're, and then e4 is hanging and the queen is trouble. Instead, relatively quickly played b2. So she will still have rook c2 in case of queen takes b2. So that's not different, but at least black is getting a chance to raise the queen to d5, and move the knight, go back to very
in
unbalanced
fact,
position.
After bishop e2 here, black can take on b, rook c2, and there's this funny looking move queen to b3 using this pin, and when white castles, then you run away queen d5.
Then you run away.
You have the same position almost with more pawn in the pocket.
One more pawn, but the tempo for white, right? So then once again, it's a debate. How good is that? Yeah. Given moves like f4, then bishop c4 is a threat, right? If you takes and knight takes, and once again bishop c4, bishop d3, this queen is exposed. Actually, I'd be scared this line with black unless you know everything perfectly. But once again, what's good for us that this is a sharp and balanced game straight from the start. Okay, so that was board 4, and let's check the open section, right? Let's check the open section.
Yeah, the board 1.
Board 1, Kozak with black against Mendonca. Slav defense via 4 c6, f3 d3, d5 moves order. So d4, e3 to avoid any d takes d4, yeah, e6, knight d7, and white goes. Yeah, I remember we had, I think in the girls section, dc4, bishop c4, c5 transposition to Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit accepted. It was, maybe it actually was Kozak playing against Ivic, I don't remember. Knight d7, d3, bishop d6, bishop b2, castles. Once again, if I'm not mistaken, b4 used to be the move. But then yeah, in this particular case, white can actually play knight d2. It's not exactly the setup, because normally you want white to block with bishop d6, and instead of this bishop being on b2, it is on d2. White gets like that, but still the bishop is so misplaced. That's beneficial for black. But anyway, so black just does something reasonable, gives white a chance to put the pieces, kind of develop the pieces in the best possible way. And best possible way here, I wonder if it's knight to d2 or knight to c3. It's actually a tricky question. You probably castle, and then after something like queen e7, you go knight c3. But then black is just on time to 5. That's the problem. Yeah. So the whole point is that if you take, black is not capturing back, but goes e4 and wins a piece. So that's why queen e7. And if you do not castle, oh sorry, well, black has already castled. Yeah, if you go knight c3, then after queen e7, maybe after queen knight c3, you can go e5 immediately. Yeah? You can go e5 immediately, c takes, and now knight b5, there is a check, and once again, it's nothing good for white. So otherwise, you go for something like that, but that's a very solid position for black. Actually, absolutely fine. So it's very important, in fact, for not only for Mendonca, but for the whole tournament, that Mendonca gets something out of, gets something out of the opening, because otherwise, if Kozak makes a comfortable draw, there is nothing to discuss. He is the winner.
Is he? Because he is just, if Karim wins, then it's going to be a bit
Yeah.
intriguing
Actually,
situation.
if you have chess results, we could check the tie breaks for, so like before this round, standings after round 10, and we could check the book calls and stuff. Because if Gadimbali is with the better book calls,
It's actually funny that Karim has better book odds.
and much better, or
Not so much, like 58, like 1 point different only.
1 point difference is leveled if he wins, I'm guessing. Right. If he wins, and Kozak draws, this 1 point goes away. So it's very tense. It pretty much depends on the results of their previous opponents in this last round.
Yeah, you can never really know what you expect, because you might not lose the game, but then the opponents that you played earlier rounds, they can have very bad day, and you can lose because of that.
Yeah, but look, Garimbali, okay, he has white pieces. He's paired against Muradli, his countryman, but yeah, that's a knight of his bishop g5, and white just went for a3. I think Garimbali has already played it. Right, so not going for this poisoned pawn variation with queen d2, but instead going a3 and bishop f2. That's perfectly playable for black, but of course anything can happen. It's still a Sicilian, it's still very sharp, so here it's really hard to predict anything. Then how many people do we have on 7? It's Nestor Yesipenko for sure are on 7, so they are waiting for both leaders to lose, and then, you know, kind of we'll try to catch up.
We do have 9 players with 7 points.
So boards 3, 4, and 5 all are fighting, yeah?
That's right.
And also Momchil Petkov on board 6, yeah, okay. So board 3, Nestorov against Yesipenko, it's a very, very solid position for both, in fact. So it's, what you call it, the Catalan with bishop b4 check, castles, knight f3, b6, yeah. So some sort of transposition into Queen's Indian defense, you may say. You know, the structure is from Queen's Indian defense, knight f3. So it's very hard to really get some serious chances with black. So white is super solid. I mean, you can play, just play moves, play solid moves and wait for white to make a mistake. But yeah, in terms of the opening, I want to say Yesipenko is probably not very happy with how it goes. On board 4, Francesco Sonis and Inyan P from India. Okay, that's much more entertaining. That's the King's Indian we are talking about. King's Indian defense. Well, started with knight f3, but quite quickly transposed it to King's Indian. G3 system, and then this move c5, castles knight c6, known as Yugoslav variation of King's Indian. So the country itself, Yugoslavia, is no longer existent, but the variation still has this name. Knight a5, knight to d2. It's all about this knight on a5 being misplaced. Otherwise, black would have kind of a perfect version of some Benko-style position. Queen c2, b5, b3. So if this knight is somewhere like on a decent square, this d7, for instance, black is more than happy. But with the knight on a5, it's a little bit awkward. So white goes b3 and bishop f5, somewhat mysterious move. You're basically trying to provoke e4 and then you go to d7 because, yeah, it looks like you just present white with one full tempo, but in fact, if you go bishop d7 immediately, white doesn't play. Obviously, white doesn't play e4, white goes bishop b2, and very often will be operating via e4 square with his minor pieces, like knight c to e4, exchanging the knight, ideally exchanging the dark square bishops. To provoke e4 is not necessarily a bad thing. So bishop f5, white thinking, but e4 is so natural that it's hard to resist playing e4. Okay, so that does look better for white anyway. We'll see how this develops, but not a bad scenario for Francesco. Then on board 5, we have Kacharava, the hero of middle game of a tournament, right? So he actually was playing, not only he scored a lot, but also was playing in a very, very nice fashion. And then...
And who, by the way, I mentioned about this yesterday, but we can repeat this, that he is one of the participants who got his norm. He got
GM
norm, and he received this norm way early than the end of the tournament, and with the lose of the game too. So
that's a funny opening sequence. So black doesn't play bishop b4, which is one of the moves there. Black doesn't play bishop c5 because I think we already had it. Yeah, bishop c5, knight takes e5 in one of the games. And instead, he goes for h7, h6. Kind of a waiting move. Waiting for white to disclose his plans, and then accordingly to what white's going to be doing, it'll be bishop c5 or bishop b4 or something else. So in our case, white went with a3, and then black just follows with d6, d4, bishop g4. h6 being strange in this case, I have to say. d5, knight d4, bishop e2, black captures this bishop, goes bishop e7, h3, and just keeps bishops. So black is very solid, black has a pair of bishops, but white, like it gets very, very nice development and also the space advantage. So the conflict on the board is clearly on. What will be more important? Kind of black's King's Indian style play, so eventually black anyway looks for a castle short, move the knight, go f5, yeah? Or white with his all of his space advantage and free development will prevail. Also very, very interesting position. We are very fortunate with opening choices, because like if it would be some elite tournament with 2750 in average, we would have 5 Berlins on first 5 boards. Here at least people play something interesting. Okay, and this is board. So out of all those plays on 7 points, Momchil Petkov is the one who got, as his opponent, who got player on 6.5. So that happens to be Volodar Murzin. Here it's called the knight, which turned. Yeah, it is actually a knight. Yeah, we're thinking. This inclusion of h4, h5 looks much like Richter-Rauser with knight on c6, but knight is on d7, and that's perhaps the most important thing, the fact that the knight is on d7. Interestingly, white is very well prepared. We remember Murzin spending a lot of time, but not today. He's very well prepared, and it's Petkov who has already spent half an hour by that point.
Let's get back to the girls section and take a look at the 4th game, as some interesting turns of event happened. So last time
board 4,
time we saw this one was when black captured the pawn and white played bishop e2. Now black decided to play queen a5 and pin the knight and hope that white will not castle, but white castled anyway. And now white is trying to chase this queen. So the decision has to be made here to leave the bishop on d2 and play queen c7, or to guard the bishop and play queen b4.
So what happens if black actually plays queen b4? Because I believe you win the bishop back by going queen c2, right? And then rook a4 is a threat, and rook d1 is a threat.
Indeed, and actually you are winning the queen, not only the bishop, right, after rook a4.
Yeah, rook a4 is a threat to win the queen, of course, yes. The question is if black can somehow escape, and possibly b5 is the only move to control the a4 square, which kind of takes away some squares from the queen. Yeah, so probably b5 is what you do. But this looks super scary. I mean, the way black piece is getting stuck over there, like even queen e4 and just go for the king side might be good, but also, yeah, let's just play rook d1, maybe even other rook to d1, because potentially this rook might be useful on the f file.
Yeah, if white in fact plays here rook f to d1 in that position.
Just a second, yeah, queen c2, b5, yeah.
It's rook f to d1 and get this bishop first. It's funny because this queen from b4 cannot really find a way out, and this gives white so many tempi to regroup the pieces on the king side and open up the king side itself.
Yeah,
so that's very scary here.
It does look very dangerous.
So queen c7 has been played.
A1, yeah, queen to c7, queen takes d2, but this is huge advantage for white, I believe, because it's only one pawn for black, right? So black is suffering for only one pawn. and like bad bishop, bad development, like e4 pawn's weak,
Dark
you know,
squares being weak.
everything. Yeah, like all the factors are against, and only, you know, only the a pawn. You kind of have an extra pawn on the a file, but it's hard to tell when and if this pawn will ever matter in this game, right? It feels like white's going to play f3, just blast the center open and win the game in like 20 moves, which is probably not realistic because it's move 14, but you get the point. Usually, I believe it's a good way of approaching things, like how much risk do I take for the material and how relevant the material is, right? Because if, let's say I'm accepting the piece sacrifice and my king is in danger, but I know, right? I mean, I'll defend the king, I'll probably win. Here, even if, let's say, black finishes the development, white has enough compensation, like almost always. So that's not the risk that was worth taking.
That's right. Let's get back to the first board. Here we have also a few more moves at the point where black played knight h5.
e5, knight h5, yeah, and white went queen c4.
White decided to play queen c4, and this is also one of the lines that has been played here in bishop to h6.
Bishop to h6, yeah. I'm trying to recall what was... There was some line... Not sure how to make it. I mean, there was some line, queen f7, bishop d5, checkmate, I remember. But that's... you have to get rid of this knight. So probably it's just you can kind of compose it, but you can't really have it on the board.
How about knight d4? It takes d4. No. Black passes to move rook c8.
Rook c8 and knight d4, knight e5, yeah. So, I mean, just to show it, yeah, it is a funny line, queen f7, but the fun ends immediately when you realize that, yeah, I mean, if black takes the queen, it's actually checkmate in one, but black can also go to h8, so that's... this type of combination doesn't really work. But anyway, black has to watch out for the f7 square.
Yeah, it can be something related to g4 first, to kick this knight on g7, and then to do this tactic. So you will not give the other chance but to take this queen back, because knight on g7 will hang.
Yeah, but then knight from g7 will block on e6. I mean, somehow it's tricky. Maybe I'm just confusing the line, because
probably.
It was clear. No, I mean, it was this line with pawn sacrifice, and it was clear this idea exists, but probably from some other version of it. I think it's like Aronian Nakamura, if I'm not mistaken, from like quite a long time ago. Anyway. So white, up to this point, played all the moves a tempo. Basically not spending any time, and it's already move 16. So the pressure is clearly on Beidulayeva, on our leader.
Well, it has always been. That's the price of being the leader of this huge competition. But I don't like looking at her. She's so stable, not showing too much of the nerves, and playing very solid games. That shows that she's in a form and she believes in herself.
Okay, we'll see. Okay, on the second board, yeah, far less sharp, but the interesting thing is that both players spent quite a lot of time already. After castles f3, d6. So black does start with d6. Yeah, perhaps c6 would allow queen d6, and that's exactly what you don't want to see, right? I mean, because getting rid of this queen will be quite a challenge. So black start with d6, knight h3, and then black plays c6. Okay, getting ready for d6, d5. Knight h3 is actually interesting. I probably just go here, d5, and you take, and who knows, maybe bishop g5 works. Doesn't seem that promising, if you ask me. It looks like black has to be okay in those lines. So just an early opening stage, not much to discuss. Boot 3, that's the Caro-Kann that we've spoken about. Just, yeah, develops logically. Black went g5, bishop g6, expanded somewhat on the king side. Once again, potentially we'll play bishop g7, f6 to get rid of white's central pawn. And white fights with c6, c5 break, and also has to prepare f4 at some point. That's one of those openings when, you know, for a very long time you can have a lot of pieces on the board. Giocopiano Italian, this kind of stuff that, yeah, it could be move 15 and not a single pair of pawns being exchanged, which makes it very hard to play usually.
It does, yeah. So, too close position, not too many ideas, and also you have to watch out for all the traps.
Yeah, like breaks here, like white always has to control, black has to be careful not to rush with those breaks. Right, on both 4, that's perhaps the most entertaining so far, but also the clearest of them all. White is better here, there is no discussion, right? Black just castle, the way we can play, if we want, we can play bishop to e7, another couple of moves with bishop d6, queen d8, and then start opening the f file, right, like f3.
It's a perfect position you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just simply bad for black, right? On time, like white brings literally all pieces into attack. So that's really scary. Okay, so back to the open section. Back to the open section and back to board 1. Okay, some knight e5. An interesting approach, by the way. So knight e5, you cannot really prepare against e6, e5, so you choose to physically block it. Just no, e5 in this game is not happening because I have my knight here. And with c5. So potentially some hanging pawns, right? Like white's move. Knight d2 seems logical, right? C takes e takes. If black goes, once again, I'm not sure if he goes. C takes e takes, d takes c4, and you probably take with the pawn, I'm guessing, right? Because taking with the knight also exists. You can hope for winning the dark square bishop, but maybe it's not such an achievement. I mean, not winning, but exchanging for the knight, yeah? Well, this is rather unpleasant for black. Because you can never, like taking with the bishop looks horrendous. You'll have to play on e8, and this is just terrible. And otherwise, it's very hard to get rid of this knight. And white can support it by means of rook e1 or even f2. So that probably means black shouldn't trade. But what to do then? Maybe, you know what? Maybe takes and go bishop a3. Somewhat counterintuitive. Because you may say white's bishop is... yeah, it's black who has a good bishop, but on the other hand, if we exchange the d4, pawn is somewhat weak, okay, gets a little bit more vulnerable, and also black gets the chance finally to play b6, bishop b7. Okay, I mean, if I'm Adam Kozak, I'm starting to be worried about this position, honestly. Not the most pleasant outcome. I mean, since I want to be solid, let's say in the last round, I would probably prefer something less tense, right? Because it's symmetrical, but at the same time, like all the pieces on the board, and white is pressing. White is pressing.
All right, let's get on the second board where two Azeri players are facing each other, and also a very important match.
Yeah, but here no big development. Queen c7 we've seen, queen f3 and knight to c6. So both taking enormous amount of time in the opening. Perhaps not very well prepared, or trying to surprise each other at early stage. Once again, for me, it's kind of hard to figure out what goes on here. I guess, like, the most tempting move would be to castle long, right? I mean, it looks very logical. But then after knight d4, you will actually have to take with the rook, it seems, right? Or not, no, not necessarily. Bishop d4, e5 I was thinking, and then bishop g4 happens. But this is far from being clear. White can take and go queen g3, beating the e pawn, attacking g7 pawn. So that's somehow doesn't really work. Doesn't really work for black. Yeah, then castle long is perfectly legit, and that's exactly the move you would like to play. So somewhat surprised White is thinking for so long. Well, on the other hand, you can play bishop d3 and hope for short castle. Yeah, that's just a different plan.
I've got the list of the possible norms. It's not official yet. It's unofficial. A list of the players. For the moment, there are about 12 players
Tournaments, right?
in both tournaments who has achieved the norms that they were.
Achieved the norms already, or maybe have a chance to achieve them.
Achieved the norms already.
So must be quite a few grandmaster norms as well.
It is. It is. Yeah, and it's very important to make sure from arbiter's side that it's true, because I don't know if you have ever been in this situation. Myself, I've been in a situation when I've been told that I earned the IM norm for the tournament a round before the end of the event, and it turned out that I was not. And then I had to fight for the last round, and it is psychologically just not right. So.
But I believe it's a thing of the past, right? Because nowadays the software tells you immediately. I do remember, maybe it never happened to me that kind of the norm was incorrectly calculated or so, but I mean, there was always...
Miro, when we got the norms, we were not having any kind of softwares for accessibility, and it was not out there. Nowadays it is possible, probably, and back then...
Yeah, I think it highlights automatically nowadays, so that's much easier for the players. Okay, yeah, like strangely, in the girls' tournament, every single board you pick is very interesting. In the open, I'm not saying it's not interesting, but much, you know, somehow it's very tense without clear plans for the sides. Like they keep a lot of tension. They keep a lot of tension, both of them. So that's board 3, for instance. Yusupenko is black against Nesterov. Interestingly, Yusupenko has the best Bugolts out of those on 7 points. So technically, he can hope to win the tournament if, let's say, both board 1, board 2 lose.
Oh.
But he has to win himself. He has to win himself as well, so that's very confusing.
Yeah.
And not very realistic at the same time.
It's also funny because first-rated and the second-rated players are facing each other in the last round.
And not on the top board. Again, I mean, it would be logical, kind of logical scenario on board 1, both being in the lead. Yeah, but this is not the case. All right, then once again, board 4, King's Indian, board 5, this Kacharava opening, I want to say, because he's actually, it looked very original, the position on the board, but he's probably aware of such system. He barely spent any time.
He's actually very well prepared usually, and he spends a lot of time to work on the openings, as I know. And while I had once I had interview with him, I was really shocked how deep is his understanding of the theory.
Okay, so that's him, and Petkov with black against Murzin. Murzin apparently knows the line exceptionally well. 1 hour 29, his opponent already spent like 40 minutes. So I'm wondering if Petkov will have a chance at all. I mean, chance of winning this game with black, because that's the only result which puts him in contention of the medals. So, shall we check some games on lower boards? Maybe like people not fighting for the medals, but just playing interesting chess.
Yes, absolutely. There are a few games which are very interesting. For instance, lower board is Ivic against Olsen. That's very interesting opening.
That is the Botvinnik system in the semi-Slav. It's, of course, very... it's actually started as, what do you call it, the Moscow variation of the semi-Slav, e4, and then usually you play g5, bishop g3, b5. This way protect the c4 pawn. But I don't know if black confused it or just decided to do so. Black has played b5 immediately, which transposes back to Botvinnik system. So you would have this position with bishop on g5, pawn still on h7, and then black goes h6, and white replies with bishop h4. So the whole point is that after g5, white captures twice. Then this spin. So black goes knight bd7. The other move is bishop e7 here. Knight bd7, and white is not in a hurry to take. White actually goes g3 to be the first to put the bishop on long diagonal. So after bishop g2, black is not in time to play c5. Queen b6, ef6, c5, d5. That's, you know, we can talk about this a lot, but yeah, you just have to believe that this is kind of universally acknowledged main positions. Any other attempts are not so good. Black castles long, white castles short. b4, e4. Knight e4 is one of the moves, but rook e1, the piece sacrifice. I'm not sure if it was rook e1. Could it be that rook e1 is something new? For some reason, I think it was rook. No, rook b1 doesn't make sense. Black will never take on c3 then. Anyway, rook e1, b takes, which looks shocking. White just blundered the knight, right? Black captured. But in fact, I believe white still has potential, because usually the open b file means that, yeah, rook b1, up to the point where white plays rook b1, rook takes b7, you know, and then takes on e6. And looking at the clock, it's Ivic is extremely well prepared, while if it's, you know, if it's a new position for his opponent is in trouble. Not even sure what the move is here. Like maybe move the queen away from rook b1, but then white just plays rook b1, yeah? If you happen to take, let's say, I mean, so first things first, if you just take twice. So then queen takes d5, and queen 8 is not technically a threat. Rook b1 is a huge threat. Okay, rook b1 is a huge threat. After, let's say, queen b7, you probably go to f5 to pin the knight, and once again, rook b, no, not queen b5. We can see from the engine's reaction, it's not queen b5. Maybe take this guy also, then take that guy. Anyway, I always thought, like, if you don't know specifically what to play in this position, you should never enter this, but all right, let's see if Olsen will prove us wrong and find correct moves over the board. But you're absolutely right, it's a very entertaining position, this one.
It is. Another very interesting game starting from the beginning is on the board 36.
Board 36 in the open section, right? And what's going on there? That's... Huh. It's hard to recognize, by the way. So it was so-called Grand Prix attack in the Sicilian, which is characterized with the closed Sicilian knight c3, and later on white goes for f4. But it quite quickly exposed into something, a mixture of things. Sort of a mixture of things. By the way, after knight f3, aren't you supposed to play knight c6? Or maybe here you're supposed to play knight c6. You probably don't allow white to play d4, because this looks very nice for white. f5, d5, well, white sacrifices the piece like that, castles long king e8, and see how white's winning, but the engine is very happy. Yeah, knight d5, I understand the next move, because the knight was hanging. So apparently black cannot really finish the development comfortably.
Yeah, and what white can do here is just to develop the bishop now at the proper place, like bishop f4 to create this knight c7 threats. That's the one thing to do. Another thing that you can also do, I don't know, like knight f5 kind of sacrifices.
Yeah, knight f5 might be, but
the queen on h5.
For the moment, black probably takes with the bishop, yeah. So I'm a bit concerned about, say, knight c6, and if we take and black takes back, how do we actually get somewhere? Because queen f3 is not a big thing. There is bishop e6, there is also rook a7. Bishop g5 might be an issue, but then queen takes, a check, king e7, and we sacrifice too many pieces, right?
Yeah, maybe knight c6 should not be played.
So knight c6, maybe white does something else. Well, actually, you can just play bishop e3, perhaps, and then you're still threatening queen f3, and black still lacks comfortable moves, right? Yeah. Yeah, very, very interesting line. And also white went for it very quickly, I want to say.
Yeah, not
Like, so
not
probably
spend too much time.
knows this sacrifice. Because other than that, after d5, you're not forced, right? You can take and play the net. Yeah, like, you cannot take, that's the trick. Queen h4. Even though computer still says white's now it changes its mind.
It's a bit lazy today.
Now it changes its mind. Yeah, like f5 maybe was premature, but only if this sacrifice doesn't work. It might work. Checking e8, knight d5. It's also good to remember that this king has already moved, because sometimes you'd be calculating lines where, say, black goes knight f6 and castle's on the next move. But castle is not possible.
Not
the king has
possible.
already moved.
Actually, after f5, instead of f5, there is also castle here, and prepare this f5.
Yeah, sure.
But after f5, d5, f takes c is the correct approach here.
And white is better,
the
yeah?
best one, yes. And yeah, so far white is doing just amazing. After knight c6, the engine says just develop the bishop on e3. and black is simply
Black is in
worse.
trouble, yeah. Black is in trouble. Right, interestingly, in the last round, no quick results, not even a quick draw anywhere. Ah, okay, we have a result on board 44 already, but it apparently has to do with one of the participants not playing. Yeah, it says D4 and white won, so apparently it's a case of no show, right? On board 58, it's a very quick draw.
Oh,
Very
that's
well
nice.
known,
Let's
very well
see.
known line.
Let's see how this happened.
Exchange variation of three loppers, bishop b5, a6, bishop c6. And yeah, I mean, it might seem even like exciting to a point, but nowadays, like everyone knows that this, when you see this position, it doesn't mean that something exciting is going to happen. Takes over there, because otherwise it's very hard to actually, do anything with white. But you can take on e5, and black is worse unless he goes bishop d6. And after knight takes d3, this is a perpetual check. Right. That's kind of a legit way of making a draw if both players not against it.
Right, let's take a look now at the girls section on the board 1. We do have there a few more moves.
So we do have updates, yeah, on board 1. Yeah, let me see. Board 1, white is getting somewhere. So rook e8, bishop h6, knight g7, and white decided to capture and go knight c3, where black replied with f6. So what happens if f6, e6? Because d7 is like really painfully hanging. And if you go d6, yeah, you probably do, right? You probably do go d6. Usually I would say the bishop is not great on e7, and it probably isn't, but maybe somehow black will try to surround this e6 pawn. So we shall see. Yeah, after f6, on the other hand, how do you react with white? You probably do play e6, right? There is, alternatively, it could be sometimes bishop h3 is the move they play in such positions. And all of a sudden, it's not so pleasant to defend d7, but here, perhaps, black has something. Maybe even plays f5 if things go really bad. e6 looks attractive.
It's an interesting time clock situation. White has spent not too much time from the starting.
Yeah, no, but
like
she was very well prepared. I think maybe
minutes.
Maybe f6 was the surprise, the last move, and then, yeah. No, but seriously, I think Bitlaiva might be in trouble because the position. I mean, first of all, it might be objectively worse by that point, and also that's not the position you want to be like when you only need a draw. Like you'd prefer something like rather crystal clear, symmetrical. You trade the pieces, or something with the initiative, so that if you don't have, if you don't have a win, at least you have some sort of perpetual check. Okay. Anyway, board full of pieces. It's not like black's position is falling apart, so the game will keep going, of course. On board 2, black still did not play d5. Black is in preparation for d6, d5, but now it can hardly be stopped. So I guess it will all end up with black playing d5 finally and equalizing completely. On board 3, yeah, same. A lot of maneuvering, not a single pawn being traded. And actually spending equal amount of time means that they probably kind of play this position over the board, so there is no specific knowledge involved. So that we can say opening knowledge, opening stage is over in this game for both players. There was board 3 and board 4. Board 4, white has started with f3, ef3, rook takes, black e5, and is thinking, and you can see the evaluation bar goes absolutely crazy. Perhaps because of a weakness on f7, right?
Yeah, I can play bishop c4 here, threatening bishop e7, rook f1.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah, actually, it's not clear what I can do after bishop c4. It's not, once again, not the only move. You can play bishop e7, bishop d6 first, as we discussed, which might be even like more forcing. Bishop e7, if you take, white doesn't care, just takes back, right? Rook e8, bishop d6. Ah, no, but wait a second. Now maybe you're still alive.
Ah, no, there was 5 instead
Where?
of rook e8.
Ah, 95 trick.
Yeah.
Ah, there is 95 trick. Ah, so I have to be careful. Have to be careful. So if you take... Ah, but maybe it doesn't make sense what I'm saying. Maybe I just take the rook and I'm exchanging control, yeah? And if you play rook e8 here, then I'm actually winning with what we just said. Bishop d6, bishop c4, and so on. But your bishop c4 is also good, of course. Just for first, you're threatening bishop e7, you're threatening rook f1, pretty much everything. So Zala in a very good position. Yeah, so this is it.
That's it. Let's one last time take a look at the open section if we have any radical updates, and we can take our first break.
Yeah. Anything radical? Not really. White just played knight d2 and black is thinking. On board 1, yeah, I mean, pretty much playing the natural moves, just doing it slowly. No shocking used just yet. On the second board, also just a couple of moves in this Sicilian castles, long bishop d7 and g4. But wait a second, after g4 I'm almost sure black can take on d4, and if bishop takes, now you can play 5 and g4 pawn is hanging. So you'll have to take with the rook, that means. Maybe there is nothing bad with taking with the rook. Take with the rook, e5. Now both the g4 pawn and the rook are hanging, but so maybe rook to c4 is what you do. That's some crazy line, yeah? Queen, then no, b8 and then b5 almost traps the rook. But maybe you're fine with that. Maybe you go here, and after b5, rook b4. Rook is awkward, but you can sacrifice in exchange in case of a5 or d5. Yeah. Extremely interesting. g4, yeah, knight d4, rook d4 played, so now we are waiting for black to play e5. That would be the most principled. Otherwise, you can probably still play like it's a Sicilian, so play b5, or maybe even play g5. That's kind of an ambitious move. It's typical in one way because, yeah, like quite often you go g5 in order to get the e5 square. But in this version, you do not have the knight to go to e5 yet, right? I mean, when we trade, let's say, these pawns, which are marked with red, black still needs kind of few tempi, bishop c6, knight d7, knight e5. So that's a little bit long way from the e5 square. So maybe g5 is too risky, but we'll see. Black just played something. Black just played something. I don't really see what was the move.
bishop c6 or e5?
Yeah, by the way, yeah,
Bishop
there is
c6,
nothing
yeah.
wrong with bishop c6, like a normal Sicilian move. Okay, so that's... No, but this will be very tense, of course, because Gadim Bailey, for him, it's also a tricky situation, because, yes, whenever he kind of gets the idea that Kozak might lose, he has to commit all the resources, kind of risk in order to win, to get a chance for the gold. But at the same time, if he loses himself, and let's say, yeah, so I mean, he loses the medal, it's tricky, right? So he kind of has to balance between aiming at the first place, but also not losing, not to get out of pedestal. It's a tricky situation for him. Absolutely clear situation for those two. Nesterov and Yesipenko both have to play for a win. That's the only chance. And Yesipenko might be getting somewhere. So c5 takes. Nesterov decided to take on c5. And those hanging pawns, they might be not as weak as it would seem. In fact, like with light square bishops already being traded, you know, just this is a bit of an awkward moment right now for black. So if black will be able to... maybe knight a6, interestingly enough. It's not very attractive for now, right? But I just want to play queen b7 and then d4. And then black gets a lot of space, in fact. And knight later on via a6, c7 will get somewhere to like e6. So the logic goes like this. You want to move the queen away from the scope of white's rook, from the c file. For this, you need c5 pawn to be protected, and for this you have to move the knight, but you probably don't like knight d7 all that much. Yeah, bishop is on e3, sorry. Yeah, you don't like knight d7 all that much because white simply takes, and this or this pawn is getting lost. So that's why you should probably go with knight a6 after bishop e3.
Yep, that's the situation on the top three boards in open section. So far, we don't have a clear advantages only on the fourth board in the girls section. So let's take a first break now, and by the moment we're back, we're gonna see for sure.
Per usual, right? Like after the opening stage, players need time to, you know, to figure out what the plans are. Some are already in a tough position, as we said, so perhaps we'll be spending a lot of time. Yeah, so we'll be back shortly. That's last round of World Junior Championships, so do not go away too far.
We are here with Grandmaster Momčil Petkov from Bulgaria. I have a few questions for you. And who taught you how to play chess?
First, it was a present from my grandmother, and this was for my 6th birthday, and then it was very interesting for me. I wanted to play chess like every day, and that's how I started. Yeah.
When you felt that this is the way, that this is the game you want to play that for almost whole of all your life?
Well, just very interested, like because no matter how much you learn, always there is something new. Like, and I think that's what kept me very interested. Yeah.
How do you manage to combine your education in school and playing in professional chess tournaments?
Yeah, I try to combine it, like I do both, and yeah, I think I manage for now. But yeah, I know it's like harder when you like you have to play both tournaments and school. But yeah,
And the last but not least, who's your favorite chess grandmaster?
well, from now it's of course Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, I'm like very big fan of him, and yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time for the interview, and good luck in the last round.
Yeah, thank you.
We're here with FIDE master Alekin Nuri from Philippines. Hello. I would like to ask you how you started your journey with chess.
I started my chess journey when I was watching my father. Then I got interested and I forced him to teach me how to play in chess when I was 5 years old in our province in Philippines.
Were you named after Alexander Alekhine, or that was such just a story of?
My father named me after the former world champion because that his idol, very idol. Like all of the games of Alekhine, he memorized like the memorable ones. So he named me after the world champion.
Who is your favorite chess grandmaster now and in history?
In history, my favorite is Garry Kasparov, and now is Maxim Bachir-Lagrave, because I like his opening and everything he do.
Is chess popular in Philippines or not really?
Very popular. Like every street, there's old man and playing like without no clock, and they just like enjoy it. You see in every corner in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and good luck in the restaurant.
Thank you.
We're here with Grandmaster Leon Mendonca from India. Good evening. I would like to ask you a few questions. First of all, who taught you how to play chess?
Actually, my sister had started playing chess, and yeah, I just saw her playing, and she was going to the local club and learning, and so I also decided to go. Yeah, so that's how I started.
What's for you the best part of chess?
I mean, I don't know, like just everything about chess. Yeah, I don't know really. I mean, I just like the game basically.
Do you have any chess mentor or?
Yes, of course. My personal coach is Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna from Chennai, and I'm also part of this WACA, that is Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, which Vishy Anand sir has formed along with investment firm called Westbridge Capital. So I'm currently under them too. Yeah.
Okay, this is your first time in Italy, or you are frequent here?
I think I've played maybe 3 times before, but first time in Sardinia. Yeah.
And do you like it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I didn't go anywhere, but I like the resort, I guess.
Okay, thank you for your time, and take a good rest. And
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Italy, which you are seeing the video footage of Sardinia, beautiful island. Here we have the last round, and we're in the middle of the tournament. So far, we don't know who will get the medals in none of the categories.
Yeah, we have our favorites, obviously, leaders of the tournament, but yeah, not decided yet. Starting with board one from girls section, I think, yeah, that's, you know, a rare occasion where Beidulaeva has her own fate, let's say. If she does not lose, tournament's over, she's the winner. Position, however, her position is not very promising, I have to say. F6 was the last move we've seen, and I guess Queen G4 is the strongest move, and it was played. Targeting the D7 pawn, and black has no choice but to play F5. And that means E5 pawn stays, D7 pawn stays weak, so white just needs to move the queen to, say, F4. And it's really hard to play with black, right? I mean, maybe the position is not that terrible, but each move kind of takes some effort to find.
That's right, Mira. To be honest, I checked this variation here,
Yeah, tell me.
Queen G4 is the best move here. And I was like, and what happens after F5? And it's funny because here white can bring this queen back all the way to C4 or F4 or any other square. And this is good for white. And in fact, the pawn on F6 is more dangerous for white because it strikes in the center and attacks E5 pawn. And after this push F5, white simply has very nice position. There's no more challenge in the center. And yeah, that's the solution. And it's actually very interesting that white understood this detail very, very well, and she played this Queen G4 move. She had a lot of options there.
Yeah, so Queen G4 pretty much forced F5, and yeah, and now, once again, it's not clear what is the best square, but perhaps any of the three, which is F4, C4, and A4. Any of those moves make some sense, and white seems to be better in all the cases. Yeah. Queen F4 is kind of my personal favorite because, among other things, you do have the idea of pushing the H-pawn, H4, H5, and potentially H6. Anyway, so Beidulaeva kind of struggles a little bit. She's also down on a clock, like 20-25 minutes in favor of her opponent. Let's check the other boards. Let's check board 2, for instance, where Lisa Grebenshikova faces Asel Serikbay. Once again, if Serikbay doesn't win, then it means Beidulaeva is the champion, doesn't matter how the game finishes. So black is looking, well, for the chances to complicate the game, and this must be why, now that I'm thinking, this must be why she decided not to go for d5. Not because the move is bad, or not because she didn't see the move, she just realized that the position is getting too much simplified. And instead she goes for knight e8 and looking to play f5, I suppose. But then it's a little bit, you know, a little bit all over the place, because if you're going for the plan with f7, f5, you probably should have kept the pawn on c7, right? Because this one is potentially somewhat weak. Not to mention, one might actually consider playing g4. You know, it's a little bit too aggressive, but on the other hand, like if d5 now, white can force an endgame, right? Like take over here twice, and even if you cannot even take with the bishop because it's a pin, right? So black will have to take with the queen, and you know, maybe it's not much, but it's like two bishops in the endgame. White is definitely not worse.
Right, after g4, knight e8 and g4 here, white can just play bishop e3, queen d2, and long castle
you can castle long if you need.
And start the kingside attack. Looks very nice. And white can also play this psychological game. She knows that her opponent just needs to win here to win the title, so she can play very solid
And wait, yeah,
position
yeah.
and just wait. Yeah.
Yeah, that's also
Another interesting
possible.
thing, Mira, here is it's only move 9, and they have spent so much time on
Yeah,
the
yeah, so
clock.
this is potentially huge time trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this sometimes happens in those like final games where a lot of pressure is on. So not only you're thinking about the board, but somehow about the tournament situation overall and so on. It kind of
Yeah.
causes you to spend more time. On board 3, Salimova with black against Yarotska. Here, well, move 14, once again, spend a little bit more time that you would expect them to do. I have difficulties evaluating such positions. I always think that white does fine, white is better, simply because more space. But in fact, there is a lot of people who enjoy playing this with black. So perhaps perfectly playable position. So the only piece that was traded at some point, white went bishop h5 to trade the light square bishop. Rook to g8, and then bishops were traded. And white plays g4 last move. Okay, this is actually huge. G4 changes the situation quite a bit. So you don't want to be playing knight g7, right? The move is pretty much only move, which is knight h4. And then it's a big question. Does white play f4 immediately? Using the fact that for now, taking on f4 gives white some tempi. So knight takes, rook goes to g8, and quite possibly knight h5. So targeting h6, right, stopping the f-pawn move. But still, somehow I'm not a big fan of this. Like, you're opening your own king, right? And if you don't play f4 immediately, well, you probably might not rush, yes? Maybe you don't need to play f4 immediately. But anyway, after g4, your only way of opening the files is with f2, f4.
Yeah, and she.
No, she actually played it, yeah, sorry. So knight h4, f4 is already on the board.
Yeah, this is something unnatural when you have king castled. You know black is not castling there to push g4 and f4 right away. I'm sure Salimova might feel happy with that because she doesn't need to do anything. She didn't give any effort to open up the position.
Yeah, well...
Unless there is some
No, but,
tactic
you know,
there, I don't
surprisingly,
really see.
I believe that objectively white's position is good. It's just that you kind of, you know, create a margin for error. So now, like, when everything was blocked and you play, you know, you play some imprecise move and maybe the evaluation shifts from slightly better for you to equal, from equal to slightly better for your opponent. But now the price of each mistake will be very high, right? I mean, if you blunder some tactical trick, you might just lose on the spot. So that's the point. But maybe white is not against it. Maybe white wants to have a sharper game. So for whom opening, sorry, not the opening, but the last round goes very well, it's for Zala Or, who has pretty much winning position after only 17 moves. Thanks to this opening line. Yeah, f3 we've seen, e5, bishop c4. Black couldn't find anything better but to go king h8. And now, well, bishop e7 perhaps already wins material. Bishop e7, rook goes, and then, I mean, you can go bishop d6. You might as well just take on f7, and yeah, other rook is coming to f1. I think it's just game over, to be honest. Very good result for Sala. Wait, Sala is FIDE, sorry, Women's International Master, so she quite possibly will make her grandmaster norm in this tournament if she wins. So she spent quite a few games on, you know, on high boards. We were told that, by the way, we were told that this list of players with norms is kind of not official and we should be, you know, very careful announcing, but just to speculate, yeah, her result is very nice. She played enough grandmasters. I believe she played with Salimov, practically with everyone on the very top boards. So I will not be surprised if she will actually score Grandmaster's norm. Well, however, in a women's tournament, now that I'm checking, it's not that many Grandmasters.
In the girls
Is it
section.
even, yeah, isn't even possible to score? No, maybe I was too, you know.
We had overall 5 women grandmasters, in fact, by the statistics.
Wait a second. So, international master, is there any international master? Not really, right?
No, no, I'm telling. I'm gonna,
Goltseva is international master, but I'm not sure if Lara played with her. Yeah, it is a bit confusing. I thought, yeah, in such a tournament you have to have a grandmaster title. You do get grandmaster title if you win, though, right?
Yeah,
But
right.
Beidulaiva is already a grandmaster,
Yeah.
so she doesn't need it.
need that. So the statistics in girls section is 4 women grandmaster and 1 IM. Who is one? Yeah, Salimova is IM. Okay, okay. And we do have 7 women international master. Yeah, usually we do have more titled players, I think, at this tournament. And we were talking about many of the girls not being in here, and also guys not being at the tournament at this in this year. So.
All right. Anyway, norms. It is important, but later on, if you continue kind of playing well, you'll inevitably score them. So maybe, after all, like winning this last game and let's say taking a bronze medal, even if Zala will not score the norm, it's still fine, you know.
It's of
Bronze
course
medal,
fine, yes.
bronze
Just to
medals
think
counts for
the
something.
norms are so nice for the participants to be supported, because at this age, when they are players and if they are not living somewhere close, for instance in Europe, it's very hard for them to participate in the tournaments. And with the norms, you are getting invitations from the tournaments. So the moment you are women grandmaster, you don't have to pay for the fee at least, and you are getting the hotel for free. So that's a bit of, not a little bit support, but it's a huge support for participants to improve their chess later on. So yeah, I'm sure many of them are trying to get this title and hoping to get very soon.
Okay, we've actually got the move on the second board. And move is even more surprising. It's Queen A5. So I'm not quite sure what black, in fact, is trying to achieve. Just kind of, because now playing D5 becomes even more problematic. Like if white goes G4 to stop this F5 forever, now D5 simply might not work, because some B4, no, B4 Queen A3 is probably still there, right? It's no different. I mean, I can take, and then if queen takes, we are trading, and it's fine. If bishop takes, then B4, B4, Queen C7. Cannot take the bishop, but can probably play C4. Looks very promising for. Bishop C5 is there, by the way, which quite possibly wins some material. This is hanging. This is hanging. So I mean, I understand perhaps what says Eric by kind of what's the motivation behind her moves. She knows she has to win, and therefore rejects all the lines which are kind of leading to equality. But that's a very dangerous path, because you lose the sense of danger this way. Like you think, okay, this is equal, I will not go here, I will not go here, not go here, and then it turns out that you've ended up in the position when indeed nothing leads to equality because the position is bad.
That's right. To my eyes, this Queen A5 is for stepping white, castling on the long side.
Yeah, maybe.
To attack on A2 pawn.
That might be the motivation for it. But white as well might castle short, and then once again some F4 is there, or even G4 and castle short. It doesn't look ridiculous, right? Because white has all the pieces on the king side anyway, so it's not like after G4, if it happens, that white king is immediately getting checkmated.
Mira, I suggest to go to the open section on the
Yeah,
first board
sure.
because
Some developments there, right?
yeah, this evil bar just gets my attention here. It gives white slightly better position.
So a trade in bishop a3 happened. So that's one of the things that we were discussing earlier. White decided to take and simply play f2, f4, which is quite an aggressive approach, I have to say. So supports the knight on e5, among other things. Gives white an opportunity to shift the rook via third rank to h3 or g, so to kind of for this rook to help with the attack. Black plays b6. So the question now is, how do we continue with white? f5 is perhaps a bit premature. Well, might be the move. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that's after f4. You kind of want to play f5. It's just that I was thinking maybe we wait for black to play bishop b7 and say white goes plays some move, some clever move. Black goes bishop b7 and then we play f5. That's an option.
Knight f3 has.
White actually played knight f3, which makes f5 efficient, but at the same time it protects the d4 square and allows white simply to play to put pieces in some flexible way, like say after bishop b7, maybe just queen e2, you know, rook to the center, and then later on look for f5 when the opportunity presents itself. Also, some knight g5 might be an idea later on. So all in all, looks pretty scary for black.
It does look scary, and black should keep the center intense and not close it or trade any piece, any pawn yet.
And look, as you said about the girl section, here also, white's down to 40 minutes, black 45, and it's only move 14. So once again, one of those games which develops extremely slow.
A lot of nerves today, last day, last chance, and obviously you don't want to blow everything off. So yeah, I'm sure Kazakh and also Kazakh and Abaiduleva are right now the players that are the most stressed.
Okay, so that's board 2. Gadimbaile and Muradli playing each other. Bishop c4. Oh, that was an interesting moment. Yeah, so after bishop c6, white decides that, yeah, if I can, why not to develop the bishop to c4. So bishop c4, b5, bishop a2. This bishop no longer attacks the b5 pawn, and this allows black to push the other pawn. So a5, and black will be looking for a way to play b4, right? This starts to resemble this game of, wait a second, can this be exactly the same? I'm just worried.
Yeah, it was Frederick
Swane against Gadimbaile, was it? No.
It
Against,
was an endgame, right? Their game, it was fun.
was clearly Swane, but against whom? Because, yeah, I mean, all of a sudden it starts to look like extremely similar.
There was a brilliant
Blah,
game.
blah, take on f7. He actually won, like, first of all, he was prepared 20-something moves. So it couldn't be against Gadimbaile.
Actually, it was weird not to see Svane Frederick on the top boards in the last round because he was leading for so long.
Yeah, he was leading for so long, but then, yeah, he lost in the previous round and also, yeah, the round before that, I guess.
It was Petkov that he won the game.
Aha, Swane with Petkov. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And we are not sure if it was exactly the same line. It was something very similar, as we said,
yes.
but not really exactly the same. Okay, we shall see. Very, very sharp position, nevertheless. How about board 3? master of Yesipenko. So Yesipenko did play knight a3. Nesterov replies with knight a3. So this c5 pawn is indeed targeted many times. Rook b8, queen a4, rook a8. Black just plays all the useful moves. White perhaps has to play b2, b3 sooner or later, because yes, c4 for now is not a threat, but usually you want to take care about this. So you want to take care of this c5, c4 move. So the proper way for white, kind of proper structure to fight against those hanging pawns would be to have b3 played and also e3 played, so none of the pawns can freely move forward. But that will be not that easy to achieve. White is kind of getting lost a little bit. I mean, in terms of how do you continue? Because for black, I can understand what goes on next, like bishop f8, and then perhaps even threatening to take. Potentially knight e4, queen, move the queen from the c file. So black has a lot of useful moves. For white, it's not entirely clear. Rook f to d1 might be one of the ideas, but then once again, d5 is well protected. Once again, one of those games. Then, I mean, when you're playing, you're thinking half an hour each move, and then you're in time trouble by move 20.
Right.
But when you're commentating, you don't really know what's what's in player's head, and the position itself is not that entertaining.
Well, black's pawns are just taking so much space from the pieces, and white has no center at all, no control in the center. This bishop being on e3 instead of pawn. And also, you mentioned about this light square bishop being off the board. If there is a bishop on g2 instead of on e3,
usually
that's a different story.
This is, I mean, it's like having the bishop on g2 and black bishop on e7. It's almost the time in white's favor, right?
Right.
So sometimes it's a pin, the bishop is not defended, and also like additional pressure on d5. Sometimes even like knight a4 and bishop h3, and the bishop plays on this diagonal. So since these bishops are traded, it's probably in black's favor.
Shall we go to the game of Katarava against
Yeah,
Stoyanov?
board 5. Well, actually, Kancharava is pressing on a clock and also on the position. So, and he didn't do anything, anything out of this world. He simply followed the plan. So knight h7, went for f5, takes, f4. F4 is, well, I don't know if it's a bad move, but it's certainly a counterintuitive move. Black has a pair of bishops. One thing you don't want to be doing, you don't want to open up the position. That's exactly what white did. So takes over there, queen d7 and g4. Just go there, right? Go to g6, and the rook is coming to e8.
Knight g5 or bishop g5.
Yeah, like a lot of jumping. I wonder what could possibly be a worry for black. Like this might be something at least. Once again, it might be a bad move if this pawn is lost, right? But I'm just trying to kind of find the idea why white went g4, why white is aiming at this position. Maybe he wants this to go to e6, and then maybe like knight d5 is a threat. This perhaps might work, because otherwise, if let's say you go g6 and then play some irrelevant move, then then black is very fast. Rook e8, bishop f6, and everything starts to fall apart. And Kancharava did play bishop g6, so we might know right now what was white's plan, because once again, if not queen e6, it's hard to suggest a move. Like you might try You don't even have it. Like knight f3, the bishop's hanging, knight b3 maybe, but then black might as well start with bishop e6, stopping the knight so it's not getting to e6.
Yeah. So usually white's next move, follow-up, should be fast after this aggressive move g4,
Yeah.
where black has like only one or two candidate moves. So there is this rook e1 to attack the bishop, but actually black anyway wanted to bring
rook
the rook
e8
in the center.
plays itself.
There's also bishop h4 there, like you can also consider
Yeah,
that.
bishop h4 is also an option. Actually, quite an annoying one because white is practically forced to go here. Then you don't want to be leaving the e file, so you're forced to go here. You're forced to take with the rook. The bishop is attacked, but even bishop f7 and then starting to trade. Black is slightly better because of a pair of bishops. And you also have bishop d3. That's some funny tactic out there. Bishop d3, rook f3, and I was thinking it might be some tactic, but probably you don't need to. Yeah, just bishop f7. Okay, so after bishop g6, white found the third option. Not rook e1, not queen e6, but to think. We'll see. I mean, if this option is,
maybe it's not the best in
is
his
better.
case, because he has 22 minutes
Yeah,
only, and
yeah,
a
that-
lot of moves to go until 14.
Now, did you notice this last round somehow it develops exceptionally slowly?
Yeah.
Because usually, what's that, like 2 hours into the round, yeah? Usually by that time, at least like all the positions would get some shape, let's say. Somewhere there will be already an end game and like potential drawn end. Here today, everyone keeps tension.
Let's check it out, board 2, because this is going somewhere.
Board 2? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So g5, hg5, fg5, knight d7, g6. Now, I believe that's exactly what we've seen. Knight e5 takes, king f8, queen g2, b4, and so on. I think that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. So they play the theoretical line, or the line that previously has happened, but apparently they both kind of don't know it, or why would you spend so much time? I mean, that's my question.
With white to reach to here, or with black?
With both. Both. I mean, if this is ISIS, because remember, Swane, after this game, he was in the studio,
Yeah.
and he has explained that his preparation was till like 23.
Yeah.
And with all due respect, it's not like, I mean, he's not known to us for like with men with some crazily deep ideas that even engines do not show. So, of course, that was a good preparation, but I imagine the engine can show all this. Maybe you need to analyze a little bit longer, blah, blah, but then, yeah, you can reach position after move 23, which Swane had in his game, using the engine. And these two guys, they've already spent like almost an hour each.
Yeah. The thing is that sometimes there is new line or new opening happening in the game, or something like different from the repertoire, and you like what someone else played, and then you want to implement that to your game too.
Okay, yeah, but why
Really
they think so much? Yeah, that's exactly. And then finally, black steps into this line. Yeah, 95 was played.
Yeah, Swane at this point had 1 hour and 30.
Yeah,
Something
that's exactly, that's what I'm saying. And these guys, they also kind of have an information that this game happened. It went good for white, but probably black has some way of improving it.
Yeah,
that's
well, in
quite-
case of Karimbali, actually, I think he doesn't mind to play a little bit slow. So it might be just you know, they just use their time to see what is going on the first board.
Okay, so takes on f7, and black indeed plays king f8. So far, we are following we are following the game, I believe, of Frederick Swane and Momchil Petkov. Queen G3 or Queen G2? This I don't remember.
G2.
Queen G2. And it was before takes, rook takes, some d5, some rook g1 at some moment,
rook h7,
and rook h7 and
rook b6.
rook b6. Yes,
And
I remember it was
we
something
remember
crazy.
it, yeah. Also, actually, Miro, we were talking about this bishop c4, bishop a2, knowing that this bishop is hitting the pawn on e6 and just on this diagonal. And Swane said that he brought this one here not only for that reason, but also in these lines. Black will have rook a1 check if he doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So now this bishop cuts the file.
Okay, but I'm so curious to see, like, is it... I mean, first of all, we don't really know kind of real evaluation of this position. What we know is Swane won the game, right? But maybe that only because Black didn't know what to do. It might be that Gadimbaili's opponent knows. All right. Nothing happened on board 3. Getting towards time trouble, it seems. On board 4, the King's Indian shapes up, and I think it shapes up in favor of Francesco Sonis. It was quite an interesting series of moves. Look, after bishop f5 and bishop d7, white indeed plays bishop b2, and black goes e5 now, blocking everything. Okay, so knight e1, knight h5, bishop c3, f5, white captured, went bishop f3, went knight e3. So the f pawn is hanging. You want to lose flexibility in the center. You don't want to go e4 because then it's easy to, at some point play f3 and kind of start ruining your pawn center. And yeah, f4 once again probably not a good idea. Felt obliged to go b4, attacking the bishop, and then to play queen c8, or at least these pawns stay kind of in a little phalanx. Yeah. And usually that would be a good King's Indian for black, but not with the knight on a5. Like you have it here, and then you play some normal King's Indian, maybe even a good King's Indian, because you have all the pieces against the king. And now it's clear the conflict will be somewhere around like e-file, f-file, and all of a sudden your knight is stuck far away from there. So I imagine, yeah.
In these kind of positions, very often white plays something like to f4, right, to fight for the center, and then when black pushes e4, then there's some like g4 open up the center. So I am a bit curious what this king h1 does here in this position.
Yeah, king h1 is a little bit surprising because white seemingly has like more straightforward options, bishop g2 and f4, or even bishop e2. Once again with f4 ideas, but also it's not that easy for black to protect the f5 pawn. You just go bishop e2 and bishop d3, and practically forcing black to play e4. After which you go back, you've lost some time, but then your f3 will be like almost decisive. King h5 might not be like, might not spoil anything, but still feels like a little bit too slow. Knight to b7, but still this knight has long way to go to like good squares, so white should have the time. Maybe now bishop g2 or bishop e2. Looks pleasant for white. Okay, what's with Kacharava? Rook a2 e1, and this is it. For now, that's all we have. Bishop h4, as we mentioned, or simple rook e8.
Yeah, those two options are looking very nice. And there are probably more than that, like bishop g5, bishop f6. It's time to take some candidate moves and analyze it. And is there also rook to f7? Although, yeah, to avoid the trade of the queens, but after rook f7, white will anyway force the queen trade.
Yeah, I
queen
mean, if I
e6.
play queen e6, probably you don't have the reason to avoid. No, I like your bishop h4 perhaps the most. You can play bishop g5. That would be perhaps the way to avoid the queen's trade, because after white captures, you take with the knight and actually cover e6. But yeah, like if we check the computer, for some reason, it's no longer that unhappy with white's position. So perhaps bishop g5 gives away half of the advantage.
Oh, let's get back in the girls section, board one. Something is not going in the way of Beidulaeva. White just struck in the queen side with b4.
So
Keti
queen
is scary
f4,
for black.
h6, and b4. b4 is... Ah, no, wait a second. After f5, there have been more moves. I thought like queen f4 immediately. No, white actually went queen a4 first. Queen to c8, h4 now. Fine. f8, knight d5, bishop d8. Whoa, this looks absolutely terrible. h6 and b4. And b4, interestingly, is a standard move. In this line, so point being, black usually finds it hard to hold the position if he captures on b4, because you open more files and so on. And if you don't, then b4 is just a good move, because not only you're sometimes threatening to take and weaken the c-pawn, but also b5 sometimes very useful.
Right.
But
yeah.
you go b5, you get even more space, you kick this knight away. So all in all, it's harder and harder for Beidulaeva, it seems. And moreover, it's very unlikely that black will have some like real counterplay, right? So basically you're stuck defending, waiting for white to kind of come and execute you. So that's a terrible scenario.
Yeah, you have to defend the position in a way just to look any possible way to make a draw.
Okay, let's see. So what happens in this case, if I just to take anyway? Because at least I'm trading.
Rook C1,
yeah, probably we trade. Yeah, rook c1 seems nice. And this is it, right? Because queen b8 drops f7, d7, and white wins. Bishop c7 should lose. I mean, I don't know how, but it should lose. I mean, it must, absolutely must lose.
Yeah. Very least you can display. So difficult. Rook to c2, rook c4. Like you want to play rook c1, you want to play rook d2. Like
yeah,
double the rooks.
h5 is not bad as well. I'm guessing.
Perfectly
The
good.
point being, of course, that g5 I should be absolutely winning with knight g5. I will not believe if this is not winning, right? And what else? Yeah, no, I mean this is terrible. And finally, bishop c6, which is the third option, and then e6, knight d4. Yeah, like white is just crushing. White is just crushing. So if it's not possible to take b4, what do you even play with black? It's such a terrible scenario. Sometimes what black does is this, and then take d5, and he's worse usually, but can hold. But this, we are talking about the position with the pawn still on f7, you know, the king is somewhat safer here, it would be just a positional disaster. Once again, rook, perhaps rook c1 to start with, here you can play queen b8, then queen d4, if this is not winning, yeah, I mean, e6, everything, and let's not forget the bishop is on d8, has 0 moves now. So we might be witnessing some, you know, some shaky play from the leader. So let's immediately check board 2. How good are the chances for Serikbai? If not to win, it's too early to talk about winning, but at least to get the game going. Because so far,
this is interesting scenario because also Serikbai has very difficult situation right now.
Yeah.
Very passive position.
Well, it's not, you know, not the perfect analogy, but it kind of reminds me of London Candidates 2013, the one that Magnus won. and it was a race between Magnus, especially the second half of the tournament, a race between Magnus and Kramnik, and then they were playing last round, looking at each other because points equal, and then you wait for the other guy to go wrong, and then you make a draw and you're happy, and they both lost. And then Magnus ended up winning on tiebreak. So this might be the case. So you're not paying enough attention to your game, but you're watching your rival's game, right? One girl needs this in order to be absolutely safe. The other one needs it to actually have chances. So there might be this very awkward psychological situation. Yeah, because this position looks, well,
This is so
absolutely
tense, really.
overwhelming for white. Yeah, I mean, and imagine you have this with black, and maybe you have some chance to kind of make it solid and build the fortress, but it's not enough, right? You have to play for a win. And how do you play this one for a win? It's absolutely impossible for now.
But the thing is that Bedulayev has really bad position.
Yeah, this one is
And
playable, I
here
agree.
It is, yeah, it is still playable. It is still playable.
So a good thing for Bedulayeva, if she loses and Sergei doesn't win, Bedulava is still a champion. But this will be, you know, this will be a bitter taste to this gold medal, because like if you win in the last round, and also like some people would inevitably recall this last round before the free day, you know, when the game was lost, but then later on won because of fair play. So I would rather prefer her to win today, you know, Bedulayeva, or rather yesterday when she had a winning position. So that would be no questions asked.
I don't know, it really just the fact that she had an amazing tournament, and all
Yeah,
of us
absolutely.
have witnessed that. And we have, like all the chess players have been in a situation, I'm sure you have been, myself I have been to, when last round, a point behind, half a point behind, lost the game and lost the title. This is the worst thing, and you guys, they have worked for a month and year before this event, so that's a lot of work in last rounds and just in tournament, and it can just blow off. And the last round is purely of the nerves.
Yeah, very often, as they say, like last round has its own lows, right? So it doesn't matter the color you are playing, doesn't matter the position you are getting. I mean, just everything is against you.
Oh, so yeah. I've lost last round with white pieces in 10 moves when I needed to win. And even draw, the lost the titles. Yeah, that's the thing, that I don't think you are getting experienced in these things, but
Well,
you can
probably,
just work on it.
You probably do get, you know, you have to lose a few titles and then you consider to be experienced. Does it improve your results? Nobody knows, but at least you get some experience. Okay, so what happens here? Whoa, wait a second. So it was good for white just a few moves ago. Then white did not play knight h5. Instead, she went king h1, which looks logical, right? I mean, after all, that's an X-ray on this king. But it happens to be too slow, apparently, because black c5, white goes c4, and now the engine all of a sudden starts reporting that black's much better. Salimov went queen c6, which is apparently not the strongest move, but we don't know why. Now bishop e1, and then it's actually quite tempting to try to capture this one, but it doesn't lead anywhere, right? This check, white just goes to g1, and g2 is protected, and the knight is hanging. But yeah, but you can feel that white king is no longer safe. So this g4 f4 was, you know, too much risk, I would say.
Yeah, the thing is that I was just checking with the computer. White computer gives here white advantage after g4 move, right? There was g4 f4, and we see that this bar goes up, and it's like weird details here. Like after knight f4 and rook g8, here the engine says bishop a5 to call b6.
Yeah, to kind of provoke b6.
Yeah, to provoke. And bishop e1.
Bishop e1, okay.
So in the cases of love castle, white has this move and some kind of
Yeah.
you know,
And
game
bishop
over
e1,
there.
by the way, bishop e1 to put it on g3. So you probably don't even need king h1 at all. You keep the king here, and then you block the g file with the g3 bishop. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bishop g3, queen e2, something of that nature.
Yeah, if black plays their knight g6, you avoid the trade and play knight h5. And this kind of play, if you don't go with this maneuvering here, bishop a5 and bishop e1, like white went different, you see the engine goes down. So that's we were often talking about these things that so when you play a good move and engine shows that it's advantage, then you need to play that weird moves and only moves here.
Okay, so bishop e1 was found anyway, and now we are back on track, white being slightly better. So I wonder what the solution was, let's say, for black, because after c5, c3, you can see yourself, the engine is screaming, white's in trouble, white's in trouble. Well, what was the solution?
Ooh, that's nice, actually. c4 first.
c4, knight c1, and
Knight
then
e5.
take. And if pawn takes, just take with the queen, or
If pawn takes, queen to c6.
queen to c6, and
There's also d4.
yeah, but with the similar ideas. Interesting. So in fact, turns out that d4 is such a strong threat that white is in trouble. Interesting. But anyway, that's kind of, you know, evaluation bar and so on. It's still playable position for both. It's not like somebody is winning.
But it's so interesting. White found this idea bishop e1 that the engine suggested, and black also found the idea queen c6 that engine suggested. But it's not the like engine level accuracy.
Board 4. Wait a sec. No, that's I'm clicking the wrong board. That's board 4. White's completely winning once again. Sala chose a different approach, which was queen to d3, so she doesn't want any pawns. She allows black to play f6, but then she goes with rook f1. So basically wants a checkmate.
Yeah.
Basically wants a checkmate.
Why not rook h3 instead?
Rook h3 here. Perhaps, yeah, I mean, it probably does win, but maybe like allows f5, and she didn't want to allow f5. Maybe that's the, yeah, even though bishop e7. I mean, it's completely winning. Bishop e7, e4, we go here, and then next move rook h7. But I think what she's doing is also absolutely fine, and you know, actually has this kind of artistic touch to it. So bring the last piece into attack. Yeah, and black has really difficulties like playing the next move.
Black played b5 or maybe a5?
b5. No, a5. I don't think. Yeah, b5 at least attacks the bishop, right? So. So perhaps b5, but this should be it. Rook h3 now, right?
What is the problem?
The problem is f5, rook f5, take the bishop, because I was thinking it's a checkmate, but it's actually not. Rook f8 check, knight takes and guards f7. So you got to be careful. In a way, we can call it a trap, you know, because after b5, pretty much any sane move should win, right? You can actually go bishop a2 and bishop b1, maybe. But yeah, if you want to...
How about... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to be like myself and sort of win in style, sacrifice pieces, you have to be careful because it doesn't work.
You can play here just bishop b3,
Bishop b3
c2,
or bishop a2,
you know.
yeah, both are fine. So the real question is, what's the next move for black, right? Yeah, but you know what? Honestly, the more I look at it, the more I like the materialistic approaches. Go bishop e7, and
That's
so
it.
you'll have the attack, but also extra material, right? Because now, yeah, I mean, I understand it's completely winning, but kind of the margin, once again, the margin for error, if you somehow end up not checkmating black, black has extra material. Anyway, it should be over anytime soon. One of the easiest games of the round, like can be compared with this game that Krebenchikova won yesterday with black. Remember, like very easy one. Just checkmated in like 20 moves.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful. In fact, now I'm looking on these top boards in the girls section, the boys section too, and in the girls section we have more or less like decisive advantages in most of the boards.
Yeah, so board one, white is completely winning now. By the way, before black did take the pawn immediately, rook a to c1, rook f7, and I believe this simply has to have some tactical solution. That's why engine is going absolutely crazy. Is it just knight d4 and some e6? Maybe it's such a huge positional advantage that you don't need any tactic. I mean, you just play a move and black resigns.
I would take the pawn on b4.
Just like that, yeah?
Yeah.
Takes on b4. You are threatening e6, followed by knight c6 and knight e5. Yeah, fair enough.
d4.
Somehow, you see, the engine, we probably don't find the best move. I believe your knight b4 wins, and this probably wins as well, because...
Well, and Jin, I think, says knight f6, maybe.
Knight f6 after rook f7.
Yeah.
Might be the easiest way. Point being, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, and some h5 perhaps? No? Or just knight e5. Maybe just knight e5 and you take on d7. Yeah, it is possible to calculate, by the way.
Of course, it's just a matter of the taste.
It's possible to calculate.
h5 also very nice looking move.
g5, and we can't sacrifice yet because the bishop is alive. Right?
No, after...
knight f6, yeah. That's what I was thinking, like takes. So once again, it's a little bit slow, and we already sacrificed like 3 pawns, but again, looks irreparable, black's position, like everything falls apart. So white is very likely winning here. Second board, Krebenchikova is just much better. Not winning, but just much better. On board 3, we said... it's actually not so clear, right? It would have been clear if white gone bishop a5, e1. Not so clear. That may be the only game that is sort of alive, yeah? And then on board 4, white's completely winning. She actually did play bishop b3, Sala. Absolutely right. Just keep all the threats. b5 doesn't necessarily help black. So Sala is winning. Boot 5, by the way, Kamalidenova. Actually, some complicated, very complex Sicilian or whatever it was. Yeah, it probably was Sicilian. Hedge hockey position is, white having enormous amount of space, but strangely not the advantage. And computer doesn't like this last f5 at all. Because knight goes there, gets the square on e5, all of a sudden.
Looking at this tournament and seeing so many girls play so well from Kazakhstan, I think whole chess world should get it as a wake-up call, because this team, this player is going to be soon team, and they will play together, and they will be very strong.
Yeah, team from Kazakhstan is already quite strong, and women's team especially,
yes,
right? And this will be a force to reckon with, indeed. Okay. So I'm back to the open section, starting from board 5 from Kacharava and Stoyanov. Stoyanov with the white pieces, yeah. Rook check, rook here, bishop h4, queen e6 check played, and Kacharava comes up with a funny little improvement over our line. So he goes queen to f7, so kind of to trade, but then rook makes, and somehow black is ready to double the rooks. Rook to e3. Now white can actually go back to the previous line. Black can go back to the previous line by trading, but might as well try some knight g. Ah, no, wait a second. This is protected. No, never mind. I thought it's a clever idea, but the rook on f1 is protected.
I think it's fine, because after bishop g5, queen takes.
Yeah, you can probably trade on a6
And you get the pair of
take,
fish.
and yeah, but he'll take. This is what I'm not happy with. He'll take on g6, we'll take on d2, that probably will be a draw. And we already want more with black in this position, I believe. So maybe even simply rook e1 after rook e3. So rook e8 after rook e3. I think, yeah. It should be better for Kacharava if he finds all the preserves. Sonis and Indian P. White is getting somewhere. Look, so he did king h1. He did play king h1. He went bishop e2, knight d8, f4, e4, because anything else leads to a disaster. But this also leads to a disaster, I believe, because of g4 break. I don't know if immediately or after some preparation, but when g4 happens, position normally falls apart. Can he just play g4 at once? Nah, or maybe yes. Like pawn takes, and I don't even know, take here, go f5 and take here. Maybe you don't need it. Maybe you actually start h3 first. Maybe you start with h3 and then play rook g1, so you kind of do it slowly.
Yeah. Like, it's clear what is white's plan here, and black can try hard to avoid it, but can't.
Yeah, and also it's interesting that black pieces are so limited after this f4. If we take a look at this knight, I mean, it actually has zero prospects whatsoever. Like on f7, it's limited with the f pawn. On b7, yeah, like the knight is dead. This guy, absolutely dead. Ah, you know what? One thing you could possibly do is, strangely enough, take here. Just take on f6 and then go g4. No. It probably takes with the bishop, goes bishop d4. Yes, so still...
It's an idea, and the thing is, how is the black knight stronger than your bishop? Because this bishop is also very good.
Yeah, no, the bishop on b2, of course, you only trade it if you're sure you're like winning some material. Anyway, we perhaps all agree that white's better. I do not personally see why the engine gives like a winning position, but white's clearly better, and he has a choice to play g4 immediately or to prepare for g4. And both options seem to be very, very pleasant. Anyway, so that's Sonis might be going away with the win, which improves his chances for the third place and maybe even higher if one of those leaders lose their game. Nesterov and Yesipenko, while it's still around equal, Nesterov getting in the time trouble, but not so much, and also the position has simplified quite a bit. Rook to e8, what was the transformation? Yesipenko finally went for queen b7, traded everything here, captured on e2, on b2, and went queen c3, attacking the knight. So, yeah, so perhaps d pawn is of more importance than the a pawn, at least for now, right? And also black is slightly better position, right? Slightly better position, kind of slightly more active, but will it be enough? Not clear at all. And what's the plan after king g2, by the way? I'm not sure. King g2. Maybe now you go to b2 because your king has an escape, and you say I'm no longer trading the rooks. Maybe that's the point. Because let me confess, originally I was thinking white can trade a pair of rooks and then somehow protect the knight on f3, but this loses to trade on a8 and rook e8. The queen's attacked and there is no way to protect the knight. So that means queen c3 perhaps avoids the trade of the b8 rook. Could be this move, no? Is it a move even? I mean, it's super complex. Rook b4 doesn't work because knight e2 attacks. Oh, yeah. It's very easy to actually get confused with white. So the engine will hold such position for sure, right? Because it's kind of a tactical genius, but like looking at it with white during the game, it's very easy to go wrong. So maybe Spenko is not without a chance. Then we move to our leaders, finally. Gadim Bailey and Muradli. Still, they are following this game of one. And yeah, what do you do?
Is there a bishop f6 move in here?
But then there was something with this check, no? Quite possibly that was... I'm getting confused. Wasn't it the game like check here and knight b... No, check is stupid. What was it? King b1 perhaps? Maybe king b1? I remember black played some move.
Six.
Maybe it wasn't the game, right? Maybe the game was something else. Bishop f6. Yeah, you can take, right? No, we cannot because of something. You know? Check. Here.
93.
Some... Maybe even... And bishop g5 is a threat, right? Or knight d3.
But
knight d3 is strange, right? Check. Goes here. Compy says black is winning, but I still don't see the way. So confused. Honestly, so confused. Some rook
bishop d5?
Rook h2 as well. I mean, so many various...
But
No, I mean, probably not here. So you first have to give check and then maybe rook h2.
There's also e3 move there.
Yeah, I mean, there was so many tactical tricks. Bishop f6 is on the board, by the way. So we are about to find out what the actual idea is. For some reason, I thought it was a check on c5.
In the game, it was it was rook h7 and queen g3 to pin the knight.
Yeah. So it wasn't exactly the same.
See, it's improved version.
Things you found, and then queen g3, and then after this he went with a check and some tactic which worked. So in our game, black improves on the previous iteration of this line, improves as late as on move 25. That's once again, that's confusing. Time spent, you know, each on 20-something minutes. So it's really confusing the amount of time they've spent. Anyway, we are about to witness a massive time trouble, I believe, because the position is still
So sharp, and imagine when you are no time on the clock in this position. That's craziness.
Yeah, and how about board one? Mendonca versus Kozak. Well, actually, it does not look as dramatic as it originally seemed. So after knight f3, d, c4, bc4 happened, bishop b7, queen e. Then Kozak actually took an interesting decision to take on f3 with the bishop, to exchange the bishop for a knight voluntarily, and just to play g6. So kind of reducing material on the board, and black's probably still worse simply because of this knight on e5, right? But now, like, the more you trade, the less probable white's attack. Ideally, you would prefer another set of minor pieces, and then you're absolutely fine. So I can understand understand the point behind bishop takes f3, just to simplify the position this way. Bishop c2 is clever though. So bishop c2, in order to put it on b3, kind of on this diagonal, protects c4 nicely. Black is sort of left without, without the active counterplay. So he's solid, he can wait, but in terms of like pushing the pawn, b5 is very unlikely to happen. And what else, right? And very hard to imagine scenario where knight takes e5 will be comfortable for black. Okay, now it loses the piece, understandable, but even if, let's say, knight goes away, bishop b3, like taking on e5, it's always the central pawns, the semi-open f-file. It feels like it's always going to be better for white. So our leader will have to defend patiently and hope that it kind of works for him. All right, just tell me what goes on in the girls section. I can see some spectacular stuff being played, right?
In the girls section on the board 4.
Board 4, wow.
There is a checkmate in 5 moves from this position.
Wait a second. I mean, first of all, queen d8, rook h3. G6, queen g6, queen e7 as checkmate in 5. Just take on f6, I'm guessing, with the rook, and that's it.
That is it. So rook cannot take on f6 because g8 square is controlled. Knight takes, then you take with the
knight
bishop.
takes, bishop takes,
Queen
and then
cannot take because h7.
Both, you're kind of getting checkmated on one of those squares depending on what you take on f6 with.
Right, and we have rook f6 on the board.
Rook f6 played, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Rook takes, wait a second. Rook f6, and black has played queen g7, if I see it correctly from a camera view. But that still has to be a checkmate, right? Somehow.
Should be a checkmate.
Well, to be perfectly clear, you don't need any checkmate. I mean, you can just win if you want.
Oh, there's
right?
a checkmate. Takes with the rook on h7 first.
Yeah, and
then take the rook
then on
and then
f8
bishop
and then
f6.
bishop f6. Bravo. Bravo, and that's exactly what she's going for. Rook takes h7, and that was it. It's a very, very nice win in 24 moves for Sala Orr, and I think she's getting, well, very likely to get the bronze medal.
She is actually having a very nice tournament, and after this win she collects 8 points. And I will take a look what is her standings after round 10 according to the tie breaks. She is just behind Salimova and Kamalidanova. Yeah, it depends how they're gonna play. If they don't win, she can have a chance to get a medal.
Ah, so she's low on tiebreak, right? So that's a little bit unfortunate because, yeah, Kamalidenova, I don't quite remember what Kamalidenova has. Salimova, though, he will probably win eventually. We'll see.
All right, let's now take a break as still we don't have any more progress. Just one game has been done in the girls section, so we will just take a break and we'll be
also we are
back
approaching the
shortly.
time trouble stage, you know, so that's usually the time that we will have to stay on. Absolutely. And before that, yeah, let's breathe a little. Let's prepare for the most exciting part.
My name is Ahmed and I'm a chess player.
Cool, thank you. So, for question, do you think physical training is important for a chess play?
Yes, to learn and improve yourself.
Fine, thank you. Do you make like physical prepare to the chess tournament?
Yes,
Who is your favorite chess player?
Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for the interview.
How was your match?
Football. Yeah, it was fun. It was great. I liked it. Yeah.
Do you think the physical preparation is important for playing chess, or?
Yeah, I do a lot of sports in my free time. I have like
For example?
3-4 times a week football and try to work out on my own also.
Okay. Who won the match?
They won this match. The Arkadis FIDE team won, but
Okay.
I think we put up a good fight.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much. How was the match?
Well, the first half was not so good. We were struggling very much, and then second half was much more equal, I guess. But okay, the most important thing was that we had fun.
Okay, Filip, how is it important to have a physical preparation for chess tournament?
I think it's very important to also the physical aspect of chess is very important, and it's become more important in recent years. That especially when you're playing in the fourth hour of the game, and a tiredness is starting to kick in. It's very important to, have the last bit of energy, and so a good physical form is a good start.
Are you training something despite of chess or?
Yeah, I play a bit of football in my free time also, and try to stay in physical shape.
Okay, who's your favorite chess player?
Oh, well, I've had the question 1,000 times, and I never have a real answer. Like
Okay.
all the world champions through the times I really like, and but I cannot really pick one out from another.
Thumbs up? Yeah. Ah.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Junior Chess Championship 2022 final round, and we're very close to know the new champions in this category.
Oh yeah, and all eyes on girls' tournament, where both the leader and the closest pursuer seem to be in a very awkward situation. So our leader on board one, Govhar Beydulayeva, finds herself in an absolutely lost position. But also for Sel Serikbay, the player on the second spot in the tournament, which desperately needs the win to tie for the first. Yeah, things are not going that well. But maybe she still has a chance. Let's start with board one and illustrate that this is absolutely hopeless position. I think that was about the last time seen, and White found another solution. So e6, break, and then knight e5. Well, actually, truth being told, White plays with a lot of energy. Kurmangalieva plays like a really brilliant game. So bishop c7, knight takes, rook takes, not to lose any material. Maybe there was some chance already to, you know, give up some material and hope for survival, because like this, White just takes, goes queen d6, and I believe not only White wins the piece, but continues the attack. I don't even know what move to suggest for Black, like, because everything looks equally awful. So queen d7 loses not the piece, but the entire rook. At the very end, the rook on a8 is hanging. So might be that there is simply no move after queen d6. Rook d7, hoping for White to take.
In this case, you can simply take the bishop with the queen.
Yeah, you can take the bishop, rook d1, queen c6. No, I mean, I understand this is completely lost, but at least like you're not losing the rook. It's technically a bishop for 3 pawns, so you can at least hope for something.
Yeah, that's one way. Another way after rook d7 is to play queen e5 check.
Yeah, I guess queen e5 check is more to the point. And then after, then king goes to h7, you probably just take on d7, queen takes, and perhaps just take with the rook, not even with the bishop, but take with the rook, and rook c7 is a threat, rook e6 is a threat, like everything falls apart. Or, yeah, I guess that should do. Because
yeah,
bishop c6, there would be some queen d2, you know, but probably still winning, of course. But yeah, this one is convincing enough. Anyway, so
those queens c7 and bishop. It's so many ways, like you can win so many ways here. And in fact, we have to point it out that White pieces, Kurmangalieva has played amazing way. The moment she got the advantage, she played all very convincing moves.
Yeah, so let's see what happens on board 2, where Hrebenshikova is facing second spot in a cross table, Serikbay, potentially, well, silver medalist if she makes a draw, right? Or even this is not guaranteed. Yeah, it's very confusing. So Serikbay really needs to win, otherwise she might not even get the silver medal. Because she will be tied with Salah Ur and possibly
if she loses.
If she makes a draw, no?
Ah, okay, yeah. If she loses, she's really out.
Yeah. No, I mean, first of all, if she loses, Hrebenshikova will have more points, right?
Yeah.
Because that's half a point difference. Okay, so what happens here? It's been a lot of stuff, so I'll probably just rewind it forward. Queen b7 and queen d5 perhaps is a clever move. Trying to force the rook, the queen straight, rook b8. So basically what happens, White trades the queens, I'm guessing, by herself, then plays something, and if bishop f3, White can take on a6, right? I mean, once again, I'm not sure how good is that, but White is, no, White is not a pawn up. I won't say white's pawn up. White has a very advanced b6 passed pawn, but somehow the pieces are not that comfortable, right? The knight on f2 is somewhat awkward, so maybe white should look for kind of improvement on this line after rook b8. But how do you improve?
We can have this kind of setup like rook d2 right away, and if black takes the queen, then to take with the pawn. And then to push c4, c5.
But I was actually worried that on d5 this pawn would need even kind of more attention, because if you move the rook now, let's say bishop's gonna take it.
c4 is the move, yeah? No, c4.
But it's protected for now, so you can actually take. c4 is fine as well.
c5 is the next move. That's the point here to create another passed pawn.
But somehow with colored bishops, they are not even like if, let's say, you succeed, you go c5, somehow black still has enough resources. Like bishop holds the b pawn, knight will block the d pawn. So it's somehow not trivial. I believe white should be better and probably much better, but it's like, could it be that you have to, in fact, like sacrifice an exchange and just go king g2, you know, go king g2 and. But that's too much. Yeah? That is probably too much. No, wait, rook b8 was, rook b8 is the position. No, you probably trade, right? Probably trade. Maybe you look for some other square for the rook, maybe not on d2, but someplace else. But it is tricky.
Well, to be honest, that line, which has happened. Yeah, it's actually we have already. This is perfectly fine for white. White has this very strong b6 pawn. And you can also try to trade rook a7 next move.
Yeah, rook a7 is certainly on the list of priorities. It's the question what black is doing. Maybe just goes knight f6, attacks the e4 pawn. Because there is also this position. Who knows what's that? Rook takes, knight e4, rook takes, bishop takes. So white has two connected passed pawns here, but for now blocked on the light squares, right? Maybe you just push, right? c4 and c5.
Yeah, two connected passed pawns. They are strong. But in fact, in the game, black decided not to play with a knight, but to play f5 right away.
f5. f5 is possible as well, right? So now, in case of rook a7, black is planning to do this, right? Most likely, just rook to f7. Yeah, f5 makes perfect sense. So that you open this diagonal, you do not return one of the pawns. Yeah, but at least here, black is not winning anytime soon. So maybe Beidulaeva will still become a champion, even though she's going to lose the game. She actually played the move, some a5 move. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that white's kind of not winning on a spot.
Like,
How do you win immediately? It actually might be tricky. Look, takes over here, rook takes, and then I would say that quite possibly to win immediately you have to give this check. I mean, you're winning anyway, don't get me wrong, like bishop c6, rook a7, white's completely winning. Bishop d7, take the pawn. But maybe this one is more precise. You give a check on a7, king goes, and then you take. And for the moment it's material equal, but the moment you play rook d7, you just win. And the game stops. I mean, it's like what move.
yeah, this is more precise rather than.
Because otherwise you will have to play with extra piece for some pawns. It's winning, but still kind of tension prolongs itself. No, she didn't find it, so she captured c6 with the bishop, rook a7, of course still winning. But yeah, bishop d7. I mean, black has to play like queen c5, for instance, speculate on queen trade. And the endgame is won as well for white. you know,
It's
I
so
mean,
winning.
after you had such an attack, you don't want to go for any kind of endgame, and you probably shouldn't. You just take and then next move bishop e8. Yeah, come on, it's completely winning nevertheless. Bishop d7. Yeah, so Beidulaeva simply comes on terms with the fact that the game's lost. All right, but as we keep saying, she might still become a champion if Serikbai doesn't win. On board FIDE, Kamalidenova won her game. Quite interesting. It was absolutely unclear and possibly at some point even better for her opponent, but then Black just blundered badly, right? Knight to g6,
knight
and
to
you
6.
cannot take because queen f8. So queen d6, e5,
E5,
even
oh no.
brutal, you know, not even taking the exchange, but just e5.
And you're taking rook and another exchange. Wow.
Yeah, but black kind of went too careless because white spent 3 moves, right? Knight e2, knight f4, kind of creating a threat. So black should have paid attention to this threat. I'm guessing if king g7 was fine. To allow a check on h5, right? So maybe it was still kind of tricky. But yeah, there was no need to blunder in one move anyway.
Let's take a look at the board 3.
Yarodska
We
versus
have kind of
Salimova.
different position. I could
Wow.
barely recognize this position.
It's getting very sharp. So what had we seen? I mean, some long time ago, something around this point. That in fact, we've seen bishop e1, I guess, as the last move. Yeah, and then black goes back to g6. White plays bishop g3, which perhaps was slightly imprecise. Perhaps knight h5 was more to the point, but black did not trade on f4 anyway. So knight h5, we get the same position. And white maneuvered in a very nice way. Look, now white king, if anything, the king is absolutely safe, right? You can argue about the weaknesses on the queen side, this and that, but white is extremely safe. Queen h6. Okay, so wins the pawn, but allows black to activate her queen, and this is maybe the moment where white could have been slightly more precise. But anyway, white's position seems to be nice. What to do though? I was about to suggest rook f1, but it's just blunders on f3, right? Cross spin, famous cross spin.
It's a very interesting because after rook c2, queen f1 and queen f8,
there is knight b8,
there's
yeah.
g6 knight and bishop
Or
on
bishop
b4.
takes, yeah. Rook c8 is not a checkmate, but imagine you have to see till the very end of this line and kind of clearly envision that you have knight b8 and your king is not checkmated. So rook c2, yeah, something not entirely comfortable for white, I have to say. Yeah, queen is getting stuck on h6.
That's a good point. Yeah, queen is just misplaced. Something like knight is hanging, so that's the threat.
Yeah,
Maybe king
everything
g2.
is hanging. Yeah, king g2, but we just played king h2, so it's a very hard move to play. She will probably end up playing it because I can hardly see anything else, but it's a very hard move to play because you just played king h2, right? And the move was played. We do not have it on our digital board, but from a camera view, it was clearly seen. And it isn't.
King
it
g2.
actually is it?
There's nothing on h2, so I assume that's the king h to g2.
Okay, you might be right. We'll see. So we are slowly getting to a time trouble in this game, as I believe in many other games in both sections. So here, wait, Kamalidenova has won. How many points Kamalidenova has? Is she in this tie with Sala or so
Moldova has very good chances. In fact, she is, for the moment, after round 10, fourth position. She has very good tie breaks, and now
And she won.
winning
And she
this,
won.
she's 8 points.
So she's on 8, Sala is on 8, right? Beidulaeva is already on 8.5, so she's not scared of these girls. But Serikbai should be scared, right? Because she might not even get the medal in case of a draw. Yeah, King G2 is played indeed, and now it looks like Black might slowly start overtaking. But still, the position remains like very complex. You can easily blunder with both colors. Even some rook h8, and all of a sudden this queen is not very comfortable at all. Just look, I mean, not that many squares left, if any. Like, where do you go? Like G7 or G5? Yeah, none of those comfortable, right? Like, you go to G7, and let's say Black changes his mind, goes to C8, and Queen never comes back, basically. Probably can take on F7, and it actually works, but who knows? And imagine all that, you're like down to 4 minutes. Super scary position. Let's just quickly check what's on board 2. It's on board 2 after F5, rook to A7, F7, other rook to A2, FE4, white captures, black captures, and white didn't play a move. White actually is a pawn down, and after rook A7, black just calmly plays rook B8, right? It's very hard to push this pawn forward, impossible in fact.
She plays very smart move, rook A8 first, knight is hanging, and forces black to play king F7, and now rook A7.
And now rook A7. Ah, wait, but somehow I didn't look at this exchange, but knight C7 is a possible move.
But after bishop B6, bishop
Knight
A5,
A8, knight A8.
knight is kind of trapped.
Knight is kind of trapped, but only kind of, because if you go to A5, E3, and it's black protects the knight, you know. Maybe it doesn't even need E3, just come with the king, king E6, and so on. It's strange, like, yes, the knight is trapped, but there are other pieces, and
Knight is kind of trapped.
White king cannot join the actions. In fact, it can be anybody's game, I believe. Rook 8, king F7, move 29, so still 11 more moves till the time control. In fact, I'd suggest white has to look for the way to bring the knight into a game, because otherwise it all looks pretty grim.
Well, you can do actually knight H3, threaten knight
H3,
G5,
H6,
and now king F2.
king F2, and then knight to G1.
Knight A2.
Yeah, but somehow you see the engine doesn't like it, so probably king just goes here. I think white somewhat loses the thread of the game. It kind of went into somewhat wrong
C4,
direction.
yeah?
Okay, C4 is probably not bad. At the very least, you'll play C5, exchange these pawns, and leave black with the double pawns. So otherwise, it looked like a strong pawn mass in the center, right? This D pawn and two E pawns. If you go C5, C4, then C4, C5, then at least you exchange those pawns. But you have to do it right now then, right? You have to go C5, pawn takes, bishop takes, king D7, and now on rook A7, black actually has king C6.
Oh, hold on, is that game
Yeah,
over?
we have a result in the open section, one of the top boards, so let's quickly go there. And this is a draw for Gadim Baile and Muradli. A long tactical line. Look, indeed black improved on the previous play in this position with this bishop f6 move, right? Up to this point we had it, and then takes rook g1, and bishop f6 happens to be kind of more clever than rook h7, because after queen h3, queen g3 happens, and bishop d4, black reacted with exchange sacrifice, exchange sacrifice in return, and then rook a2, and a check, and king f8, and captures. I mean, so many precise moves. And then, once again, if you take on f6 right now, you lose, so you give a check, you give another check, then you capture on g1, queen takes, black takes the pawn, and queen g6, f5. Just agreed a draw over here.
You know what is very interesting right now? Karim Bailey has 8 points after this draw. If Kozak loses, he's gonna also have 8 points, and if Esipenko wins, he's gonna get also 8. So it's gonna be tie in
It'll be a huge
many
tie
ways.
because Mendonca, if he wins, he catches up. Also, Francesco Soni's
Son's
just
already,
won
yeah.
his game, so he's also on 8 points.
Oh, the
And
game has been ended also in girls section.
Beidulaeva resigned, so she does lose her last game. But
And the second board here, anything can happen.
Beidulaeva, of course, as any one of us, we all are concentrated on this, you know, first, or rather second board. Wait a second, so what's going on? King to e7, bishop g5 check. Now, comp suggesting that black's actually better, you see, and I suspect black is better if he blunders a piece. Can this be right? So check, king c6, rook takes e8, but then you b6, and it turns out the knight on f2 is so badly placed, then white basically has difficulties guarding this knight. Anyway, this will never happen, and in fact, wait a second, there is 2 times, so far 2 times repetition, right? So the position repeated 2 times. If they repeat more, then
It's a draw.
no, but that's not okay. I mean, it's obvious a draw. It's great news for Beidulaeva, who will become a champion. That's what I was attempting to say. On board 3, this sharp game still goes on. After king g2, well, Salimova, I think she played in a little bit too primitive way. She went with rook c8, white played rook f1, rook f2, rook f2. Bishop to e1, pardon me. Scusi, I missed this last bishop e1 move, which makes black's previous play pretty much justified and in fact very, very strong. I'm not even sure what white's supposed to be doing, because rook f1 now seemingly loses to this check. Or, I mean, it looks terrible, but maybe, yeah, it does lose. So is Salimova, I mean, I don't see a move for white. Compi says it's equal, so there must be some move, but I don't even know what could it possibly be. Maybe you sacrifice an exchange and you go for some, but how? Not clear at all. Wait a second. I got overexcited. I thought, look, rook f1, check on c2, and I thought black is winning the piece, but in fact the bishop on g3 is protected by this knight on h5. It's such a crazy position that you can't really figure out what goes on. Rook f1 is on the board, okay, white's down to less than 2 minutes, Salimova still has 7, it's moved 34 to play. And yeah, let's keep an eye on the second board, because that is very important as well. After bishop e3, yeah, black actually decided that she doesn't want a draw. Of course, she knows the result on board 1, so she's trying. Yeah, she's trying. So white went c5, b takes bishop c5, but now I don't think it's a huge chance to win, because you know, white actually did a lot to simplify the game in a nice fashion. Black still is not absolutely free, because rook a7 is something to watch out for. And let's say if black plays a random move like g5, I think I already can kind of force a draw by going rook a7, trading here, and simply going after this pawn, right? Go here, knight a8, bishop takes. I mean, white cannot be worse. I mean, e5, knight d3, I understand. Yeah, like this pawn is blocked, but, sorry, yeah, this pawn is blocked, but this will also be blocked. So it's...
And taken.
In fact, white is better because bishop d4, force it to e2, come there, win the pawn. Not sure if win the game, but yeah, white's actually better. So still unlikely for Sergei to win, but the tension is still around, and in fact the tension is growing in this game. So bishop 1, rook f1. And Salimov was thinking. Okay, so I check here. White still goes king g1, right? Yeah. After this check, white actually goes king g1, and somehow black is not winning, believe it or not. No, wait a second. How can it? Ah, yeah, and queen e2, knight e1 protects everything. This ugly move somehow wins the game. Yeah, it's so hard to believe that black is not checkmating. Yeah.
1 minute on the clock, a bit more than 1 minute for white.
Yeah.
So he's guarding quite well.
So e3 is protected. There is no check on e3. Incredible. Rook f1. Yeah. So Salimov was thinking.
Actually, we have a very interesting situation in the
open section develops. Yeah, let's go there because, okay, draw on a second board. The win for Francesco Soni is draw for Petkov, just not to count him in. Okay, he didn't make it. On board 1, the most important, what goes on? White is better, but he's down to like literally seconds. White is better, white is pressing like a huge space advantage. We'll see. Knight f6.
And this is move 31 out of 6. They have to
So
play
10 more
almost
moves.
10 more moves.
10 more moves. And it's a tricky situation. So it looks optically very nice, but also like it's not, how to say, it's not this type of positional advantage which is stable, right? Because imagine something like Catalan slight pressure. You can go king h1, king h2, king h1, wait till move 40 and then figure out what to do. Here, not really.
Yeah, if
not
you
really.
do such a thing, black will start to organize the pieces.
Lot of kind of tactical possibilities, and you have to be very careful. So like even here, I mean, what exactly is the move you are playing? Like, do you take on b6, and maybe you take on b6, and next move you regret it, right? So that's really a tricky position here.
Maybe take on b6 and d5 to open up the diagonal.
Take on b6 and d5 to open up a diagonal, right? But black takes and knight on gp7. Yeah, okay. Black would prefer bishop on g7 over knight.
Win a game, yeah?
Yeah, but even with the knight on g7, black is... Yeah, probably white is much better, though. Knight takes d5, and it's terrible position to play. And actually, they're both down to seconds, so that... Okay. No, white keeps the tension. White goes rook c1. This is super clever. Look, now, okay, queen e7. Wait a second, what happens? Because I thought, yeah, okay, goes back to g4. That might be not ideal. I thought it was very clever to keep the c pawn, so you kind of keep the passed pawn for white, using the fact that this. Whoa, it's such tense position. Only move 33, so 6 more moves for the players. Meanwhile, other boards finishing, but we already know, right? So we have Kacharava won. So it's Kacharava, it's Sonis, and Gadim Bailey for now with how many? With 8 points, sharing, but we don't even know which place they are sharing.
They might share first place. You
yeah,
know.
they might share first place. They can't be. They can't be passed by anyone but Adam Kozak, right? So it's minimum the joint second for them.
Yeah,
but possibly first
place.
if Mendonca wins. Okay, so what to do for Kozak? It's not that clear what he ends up doing. Did he play f6? No? He did play a move there. No, he didn't play f6. He's done
Okay,
something.
let's zoom maybe this video so we can fully
Or
see.
did he? Yeah, maybe he did play f6. No, we will get the moves. It's not, you know, not a big deal. Okay, we'll like a few seconds later, but we'll eventually get the moves. So just quickly, we'll check Yesipenko with Nesterov. Yesipenko is actually much better. He might even win. So now, as minimum, after King H1, he can take on H2, trade this rook, and then take A2. He'll be a pawn up. And 2 versus 1 with knights and rooks, it can last forever, and it's actually a decent chance of winning. So Yesipenko does get a chance. So possibly he will also share the first. Clearly the second, right, if he wins, but possibly the first. Okay, so f6 was played by Kozak.
C takes B, A takes B, and Queen B6 happened. Oh, here we have it.
Yeah, so
Both of the players have 1 minute on the clock.
White decided to capture this pawn, but I'm afraid that's not gonna be enough, because now, yeah, now Queen D6, a nice move it seems. Oh, wait a second, did he plunder this one? Like takes and knight takes f6, so that you cannot take the knight. I mean, you can take the knight, but then after this check, you have to give the knight back, and you are 2 pawns down, which doesn't guarantee a win because one of them will be lost, but at least some chances, maybe good chances. Queen d6. Not that I see any other move anyway, because yeah, like d4 pawn is hanging. Whoa,
well,
so tense.
after knight takes f6, you can first take on d4 and hit the pressure on f4
takes,
pawn.
yeah, knight takes, you take on d4, yeah, that's correct.
Oh, we have queen trade?
Yeah, queen trade was bound to happen anyway, just that white might think of some other move, but you know, other move, like let black play knight f5, he has no problem whatsoever. He's a pawn down, but okay, it's such a compact structure, right? Then white knight all of a sudden is misplaced. Okay, maybe the last chance could be if you, say, play rook a3 or rook c7. I mean, both rooks on the 7th rank. Maybe that's the chance. So just, yeah, queen d6, trade happened. He captured on f6, okay. So takes, he captured on f6, rook takes d4. You can still play like rook 7.
And now take the f6 knight.
But there is still a check, right?
And I'll give knight.
Check. Yeah, I agree. That's probably a draw. Yeah, so it is very likely a draw from now on. Knight. Hang on a second. Knight takes. Knight g4. You cannot take f4. Yeah, bravo. Cannot take f4 because of the same reason, right? Because of the same reason. But what you can do, you can play something along the lines of knight h5. You attack this guy. If g3, you give a check on d2, and after rook f2, you trade, and you eventually win the pawn back. I mean, it's a long sequence, but these guys are capable of finding it. And then white is just marginally better because of passed pawn, but this should be possible to draw. Knight g4, knight h5 is on the board. Knight h5 is on the board. So maybe what white has to do, in fact, is somehow play rook to the 7th rank, knight to e5, you know, try to play for domination, not stick to this extra pawn, but rather play for active pieces. Maybe even rook to c7 and then, you know, other rook to b3 if given a chance.
Well, we're very close to the increment, move 38. So 2 more moves, and they're gonna have extra 30 minutes on the clock. So
yeah, so this
when
game
you have
definitely
extra
goes
30 minutes on the clock, and position is not so bad as you had before. I think Adam Kozak has more chances now.
Right, just checking Yosipenko. Yosipenko made a mistake, I'm guessing. So he captured with the knight and apparently blundered rook b1. So now it's very tricky, in fact. And it was move 40. He captured on h2 with the knight, yeah, and perhaps just blundered rook b1. It's very close to a draw now. Okay, back to this game. So knight to e5 played, yes, okay. Move 39, so 2 more moves. And you know what? If we believe our electronic board, knight to e5 was played with 1 second on the clock by Mendonca. So he has nerves of steel, I have to say. Rook to f4. So now I think you trade and you go to the 7th rank. I guess that's about the only chance you have. On the other hand, wait, a4. Okay, clever. Using the pin on the f file, so the pawn is not hanging.
And how about rook
He
a8?
starts moving, starts moving the a pawn. Rook a8. Perhaps white will trade and go rook a1. No? Can trade and go rook a1 or go rook c4 and start bringing the king. It's actually a tricky position because, among other things, I have to say, like, the king is not absolutely safe if you manage with white somehow to get the knight to f6 back and rook on the 7th rank. That's going to be a checkmate. So a4, and that was last move for white. So that was move 40. White gets the increment, and this game gonna go for a very long time. This as well as Yesipenko's game against Nesterov, I believe.
Last move to be done here by Adam Kozak. He has 1 minute and 15 seconds according to the clock. And he has here at least 2 moves he's considering now: to take on f3 and go for a pawn, or to go pawn for right away.
Yeah, the question is how does white take on f3? I mean, if white takes with the knight, then somehow, yeah, you're going to force this knight to move backward, but on the other hand, maybe knight is better, in fact, on g5, attacking e6 and h7. Yeah, that's quite a choice. He chose your move to play rook a8 immediately, and at least we made it to the time control, so we can immediately switch to some other game. Here it is both players on move 40, so not here. Yesipenko is thinking. Let's check the girls. What happens there? Salimova apparently has blundered something again, because computers claiming white is absolutely winning. Yarotska against Salimova. Check. King g1, bishop a5. So black couldn't believe that there is no win. Rook f2, rook c8. So coming back with all the forces. King h2, a6. Queen g7, bishop b6, takes on f7, and then some knight d to e5. Probably there was still a move, but she blundered some. Knight d to e5, knight e5, bishop d4, and it's, wait a sec, it's white to move. It's not that easy to tell why exactly it is so winning for white, but since it's move 40, you have half an hour. Yeah.
30 minutes.
You know what, you can probably take this guy. And you just have too many minor pieces against right?
3 minor pieces for rook,
yeah. And then this white actually has check on the 8th rank, so unlikely to succeed. Yeah, perhaps, yeah. You cannot really use the rook, so you should take on f2, bishop f2, but then this is like too many guys. Knight g3, and then white also has the passed pawn. So it's a very sharp game, but eventually it seems Salimova will go down.
Well, we have witnessed so many games from Salimova sacrificing the pieces. That's when at this level people are sacrificing just. I can recall it games where she just gave up the piece.
No, but she felt under pressure, I believe, like playing against lower-rated opponents and not doing so well in the tournament. You kind of feel obliged to win every game. Maybe it has to do with kind of psychological pressure on her that she's playing over-aggressively. All right.
Let's get back to the second board and
On the
check it out.
second board, that is a current position, and the question is, can White take here? No, he cannot, right? King c6, and king is just on time to protect the pawn. Okay, so White is in trouble then. White is in trouble.
But why? Like, can I just
How
take
did we ended up here, you mean, right? Knight d6.
No. Like, how black is going to win that with this bishop? If I just move knight back and forth.
You mean trade here. But it's not a lot of back and forth.
e3.
King e3, bishop g4 you will take, right? And if I go there, then you're on time to get to f2, but you don't have that many squares from f2 either. And actually you see that now the engine says, that's what I was afraid of, that it might be sooner rather than later. g5, look, knight f2, g4, and this knight has 0 moves. And then black just, I mean, you have basically 2 moves, king d2 and back to e3. So we are playing like some pawn endgame, and black will find a triangle, eventually get to d4 and win. So it's a super
scary.
dangerous situation.
And in fact, so it's good for White that she has now more time on the clock, so she can calculate this line and not to go for bishop versus knight endgame.
Look, but Sergei was extremely clever to find this knight d6 thing. Because being short on time, like you don't really want to be capturing the knight, right? Rook b6, even though that would probably... but that was an immediate draw, was it?
Why not to take on a4, e4?
Knight e4, bishop e4,
Rook check.
Rook check, king e6, right? So
And move the bishop
still
on f8.
kind of, so that's in a draw, but even then...
They had the time problem
couple of
at this
checks
point,
and so on, So that was the easiest way of making
knight
a draw.
d6 is
Knight d6
impressive.
is cool, Rook a7, king goes. Still, you don't want to capture because rook b6. So knight h3, king d5. And she still didn't take, right? Because maybe now it was already too much.
Wait, what? She could still get this knight, like bishop d6 and knight e4 to give up this knight.
So here, black in fact was completely winning, I believe, in some way. But we ended up in this position, and now the question is, how do you even hold this with white? Can it be that you actually have to move the rook?
Rook a3, for instance.
Rook a3, but then rook f7, right? And it's more or less the same. You can't capture on f3.
Now king e3, and you have this rook, and you can give some checks.
But maybe then don't go to a3, go to 4, for instance, so that at least you are targeting this guy. But still, we are looking at something that completely lost. Let's try one more time. If we take over there, is it like lost? It probably is. It probably is. Because how do you get this knight out, right? So here, knight h3, g5, and this is it. h4 maybe. Okay, maybe h4. Wait a second. h4, king d5, knight goes here. But it's again a Zugzwang. Black just plays a move. Then you have to pick up with the knight. No, wait a second. This is a little bit tricky, right? And Compi suggests it's completely weak. Because I can also go here, right? Can go to e6, f5. Yeah, so apparently black just wins because of billion zugzwangs. So you will have to play g4 not to let the king to go to f5, and then I'm coming back and so on, and then g5, again coming back to f5, winning the pawn. Yeah, so this looks... It's confusing, but probably winning for black. So Elizaveta will think, and yes, look, Serikbai has chances. Has serious chances of winning this game, which will mean she'll be tied for the first, and they were very close on tiebreak. They were very close on tiebreaks.
That's right. And the last round, the games of the other players will be the decisive for them. All right, as players are having now extra 30 minutes each of them, we can now take a break and come back in a few minutes when we're gonna receive more and more games. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is the last round of FIDE World Junior Chess Championship, and soon we are going to know the winners of the event.
Welcome back, everybody. That's round 11, which is technically still going, but we finally have some happy people in the studio who finished the tournament already. So please welcome Livia Jarocka with the win against the ELO favorite, tied for, we don't know what place you're tied for, actually.
Like third, I guess. Third,
Yeah.
sixth, something like
So
that.
what's going on? How was the tournament? What was the game? I understand like it was so intense today, right?
Yeah, today I was probably super lucky, but I haven't seen the engine yet, so I'm not sure, but it didn't look good at all. But the good thing was that I like draw didn't give me anything, so result. Like
Oh,
I just
yeah.
tried to make moves.
So in a way it was a comfortable situation, right? So draw is
Yeah,
like
if you can
nothing,
say
so
so,
basically you play
yeah.
for one result. I mean, you're absolutely free. You're the guest, you're the winner, so we might just leave the game alone and not look at it at all, or you will tell me what were the critical moments. We can start from move one, by the way.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can look at the game.
Yeah. So this far, I believe you were prepared.
Yeah.
Okay, just tell me where to stop.
Yeah, I mean, Nurjul, of course, plays more than one move on move one, so I was prepping for many moves, and also I have such a rule that I try to prepare like less and less when the tournament goes to not get tired and stay fresh somehow. I didn't feel like my prep was like extremely good, but I knew the basic plans.
Yeah.
So that was the preparation, and she actually was surprised by it because I have never played it.
The knight d2, knight b3 line, or
Knight
the whole
d2, knight
advanced pattern?
b3, and also probably she was preparing more for d4 on move one.
So you even like this, so you play both
think
e4
so.
and d4, but
Yeah.
mostly people expect d4 from you.
Yeah, but she played well. This is a standard plan. As I said, I didn't know like the particular order precisely, though I knew the plan. And bishop d2 is actually quite an interesting move. I don't know if it's the most accurate, but I think so. And the idea is that like we somehow put the bishop on d2, which is normally quite a weird square. But for example, after a long castle,
This is the, right? This is the, like a black
after
castle
a long
long,
castle, we have, for example, bishop a5, b6, and for example, we can go back and we're threatening a5. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
so
the
to
idea.
provoke b6 in many various positions. Yeah. Bishop to d2. She reacted with, let me say, it's not the most beautiful outlay, so sometimes I'll be losing the position. Bishop g6.
Yeah.
Looks reasonable.
Yeah, so I didn't know that order at all, and here I like started thinking, because before that I thought this is what I've looked up at some games, and here the plan is probably to put the knight on f5, and it was like somehow new, so here I really started thinking and creating.
Yeah, but knight
something.
e1 looks more than reasonable. Knight
Yeah, it's like
f5,
a standard move there.
Bishop, knight d3 to start with. Okay, bishop e7, and you went bishop h5.
Yeah, so here I took quite long because like there are a few plans for white. The first one is like f4, but we never know whether it's better for black or white, right? Because they're like it weakens the king a bit, and
It
also
gets much sharper, right?
Yeah, and it's actually black who plays on the king side, so I don't know if it's good. But she didn't castle, right? So I cannot like go for this a5 or something. And also another plan is probably some rook c1 and c4, maybe.
Yeah, that's also they do sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, like then we weaken the d5 square. But it is an interesting, very complex position. Generally, this variation is quite complex. That's why I chose it for a must-win.
Yeah. So I was talking on air about how this and strangely Gioco Piano Italian somewhat similar because you keep a lot of pieces on the board for very long, right? And the structure is not, like, it's kind of fixed in the center, but still you don't know where it's going to open, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to be flexible and wait for, let's say, for the opportunity. So bishop h5 in a way, maybe not bishop h5, but the plan connected with bishop h5, perhaps your plans. I want to put it this way, right? Because next what you've done was g4.
Yeah,
and this is already something serious.
So actually we can like go back to bishop h5 because actually it is quite a critical moment since as I played it for the first time, I wasn't really sure whether to like exchange bishops or not, because you always have to kind of ask yourselves whether it will be better for you or for the opponent. But I decided to, like, I didn't know that, of course, so I tried to work it out by myself during the game, and I thought, okay, g4 and f4, g4, knight, h4, f4 is an interesting plan, I think typical in Caro-Kann. So I want to execute it, but with the bishop on g6, it might be sometimes dangerous going to e4, right? Because my king is weak.
If we do this, then this bishop, we can argue that this bishop is simply better than this bishop, right?
Exactly.
Black can go to e4, and who knows?
Yeah, and that was my only reason I played bishop h5.
So that was the logic behind bishop h5.
Yeah, as
So
simple as that.
g8, captures g4 and f4.
Yeah, I didn't know if it's objectively good because it's kind of risky, but that's what I wanted to play, risky, today. So I went for that. And here,
she probably has to, right?
Yeah, I also considered f5, right? But after f5, I take en passant, right? And I calculated this.
So if bishop takes, right? I mean, somehow knight takes, knight e5
Knight
doesn't look very appealing, yeah?
Yeah, it's or f5.
Or even f5 at once. So.
Yeah, and after bishop f6, it's also f5 or knight e5.
And
like
okay,
that.
this evaluation bar, which we usually do not respect too much in the studio, it actually says that white is much better.
Yeah, that's why she instantly took.
She took, knight takes f4, looked very logical, and whatever, rook g8.
Yeah.
Rook to g8. So here, I don't know, I probably will not ask you about every single move because, you know, it's not that easy. I think we cheated somewhere around this moment, asked the engine, and your idea of bishop a5 for some reason was very clever here.
Yeah?
To go to a5 and then to go to e1. So basically to do what you've done a couple of moves later, but because as far as I realized, we didn't look like deep in this position, but probably you can save on king h1. Maybe you don't need it in many lines. You just put the bishop on g3, go knight h5, and so on.
Okay, so I actually saw the idea of bishop a5, bishop e1 at some moments, but here I didn't think too much because I thought my king, after I exchanged the bishop,
needs to be on h1? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so because of some, like, I don't know, f5 in the future, something like that. Like, it's a simple prophylaxis.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? I know how to play such moves. You just think, oh, okay, king is better on h1, and you play.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it happens. So c5, c3 here, for whatever reason, there was a tactical shot. And once again, it's not that we are that clever, but the engine said that this knight goes to c1 and knight e5 somehow mystically works for black. Not much, but something like takes and queen c6, and it's around equal. You probably don't lose, but it's a messy position. She plays d4 later, and so on.
I didn't see that at all.
But yeah, but that's tricky. And after, like queen c6 apparently is not a good move, after which you had control for a very long time.
Yeah, like after, only after queen c6 I saw the threat of actually taking on e5.
Taking on e5.
I didn't see that before.
So knight h5, rook f8, knight d2, knight f3, queen d2, she captured, went rook c8.
Yeah, and here it's another critical moment because I
Yeah.
thought, okay, if I have to win, I just took the pawn. Because if I don't take the pawn and like make calm moves, then I don't know if I manage to win. I mean, she has some weaknesses on f7, for example, but I don't see like such an initiative, so I just took. But then I thought maybe I could play rook c1 and then take the pawn.
Yeah, maybe rook c1, maybe even rook f2, and yeah, the pawn is probably not running away because that moment it was somewhat tricky.
Yeah, it got
Rook
super
f2, queen
tricky.
e4, there's queen on e4, and then
I
it
didn't
pins
see
you.
queen e4. I thought queen maybe and queen d2, and I knew there's compensation because this pawn for now doesn't matter, but I didn't see any like concrete variations for her, so I thought, okay, I take the pawn and she has to show the
where's
compensation.
the compensation?
But after queen e4, it got super dangerous. Like
Yeah,
this
h3.
position is so scary.
And she played bishop b4, which is probably a clever move.
Yeah, I didn't
Cover
see this
d2
idea at all.
and
It's
bishop
super
e1
strong.
somewhere. Sorry, yeah, here. That was the moment where you had little time, both of you, right? So king h2,
Yeah.
rook c2, and perhaps
Rook f1.
this was the original plan where queen f3 wins, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why, yeah, because I remember that this was the moment we were following your game, and I think you've spent some time. It's of course an unpleasant feeling to go king h2 and king g2 on the next move, but you have to.
I think it's the only move.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
And then rook c8,
Yeah.
rook f1, trade, bishop e1, and rook f1. And surprisingly, black doesn't have anything.
Yeah,
because
I was calculating it, and yeah, initially I thought I'm just losing, but
there was this
I
feeling that
focused.
there is something to be found for black.
But what was super beautiful and super probably annoying for her was that after queen e2, it's knight e1.
Knight e1,
Yeah.
and then kind of the ugliest winning move on the planet, but it wins.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was actually easy to play queen e2, right?
Yeah,
and
in
not
the
see
blitz
that.
game especially, because you have this pattern, like you doubled on the second rank or seventh rank, that there should be checkmate, but there isn't. Yeah. Okay, and she went bishop a5, and this is probably the moment when you're already kind of safe.
Oh.
Rook c8, king h2, and everything's under control, and then
Okay.
this is where you take
Okay, so it wasn't that bad, actually.
No, it wasn't that bad. You were never kind of lost, maybe possibly somewhere slightly worse, but that's understandable. The position
Wow,
is
okay.
so complex.
Interesting.
And then here, knight e5, she just
She had
just
a few
blundered.
seconds. So.
So she panicked.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what the move is.
Yeah,
here.
because like the knight is hanging and like I got quite safe, but maybe I don't know, knight f8 even.
Yeah, maybe one of the knights to f8, not even clear which one, probably d to f8, right?
True.
To have the g6 knight active. Yeah, and knight e5 obviously just loses. Queen g6, by the way, is nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e1, and then you had no difficulties winning it. Okay, so nice game, and also I remember a game of yours from, I think, a couple of rounds ago, a win with black with sacrifice on h6 and checkmate in the end. I think it was your game, right?
With Jana Schneider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see, we were following your games closely, as we were doing for anyone who was in the leading group, so it's a fantastic tournament. Congrats.
It's true.
We still don't know which place are you taking, and to my shame, I have to confess, I didn't do my homework. So today we were speculating how Beidulaeva is going to win, lose the game and not win the tournament. And it's only now I've read up on regulation. It turns out the first encounter is a direct, first tiebreak is direct encounter.
And
so she was a champion from yesterday, in fact.
Okay.
And the funny thing that Beidulaeva didn't know herself.
Really?
She came for an interview, and she said, and she was visibly upset. And when Janek, one of our crew, congratulated her on a title, she says, "What title?" And then it turns out nobody reads regulation. We are all chess players after all.
Yeah.
Okay, So anyway, you are in a group of those people on 8 points, right? So
yeah.
that's Kurman Galieva, yourself, Sala Ur,
I think Zara
Kamali
has
Denova,
the biggest chance.
and
Okay.
possibly, yeah, we don't know what happens here. Serik Bay is completely winning now.
Okay,
So Serik Bay is tied for the second, and
Yeah.
you all, girls, you're all
3-5.
sharing third. And we don't
Yeah.
know what happens then, because
Yeah,
I
but
don't think you played with, everyone played with everybody.
No,
Because-
no. I didn't play either of them. However,
So that means Buchholz, and then,
Yeah.
we don't know. Anything
Yeah.
could have happened in the last round.
True.
All right, and yeah, it's an awkward moment because technically it can be considered as the question about the age, but is it your last championship, or you are planning to play more of this junior under 20?
So actually, it is my first.
It's your
under
first, but
20.
you can play the next one. I mean,
Yeah.
that's indirectly,
Yeah.
yeah. For the first time, and not being one of the top seeds, I think that's a pretty good result. You've got an
Yeah.
experience, and good luck with, I mean, first of all, have a nice celebration, and good luck with your next tournaments. Yeah, it was a pleasure having you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. We will be back very soon with Keti. I think round 11 approaches its end.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the very last part of the World Junior Chess Championship 2022, and we are going to get the position right now on the screen, and we're going to check out what is happening for the moment.
Yeah, so I don't know where to start. Perhaps with the girls section, where the only board which matters, board 2, the game is coming to an end, and it seems to be a win for Asel Serikbay. She was actually winning. A couple of moments ago, she was even like more winning, if you can say so. But still, her position is winning, and she will tie for the first with Beidulaeva. But as I've already said, it turns out that the first tiebreak criteria is actually direct encounter. In case of a tie over 2 players, or say 3 or more players, if everyone has played with everybody. So some sort of a mini tournament. So I don't think it's the case in our tie for third, because we'll have a tie for the third place in the girls section between like four players, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. But yeah, so Beidulaeva is already a champion. That's what I was told.
Congratulations to her.
That's
she truly
what I was
deserved.
told.
She played amazing games so far, and sometimes you win turn. You play so well that you can even.
Yeah, but look how tricky it is. When she was taken for an interview after today's loss, she had no idea, because nobody reads regulation, it seems. And when I had her in our studio a few days ago, she told me the story that she had no idea she won against Priyanka, this fair play issue. So she thought she lost and so on. And then when she had seen the pairing for the first time, she was the one to complain to the arbiters who registered the wrong result, because she said, I lost. So that's...
Yeah, that's a normal thing, actually, for chess players.
All right, so
it
seems
very
that
much into the details, but they like to play and not pay attention to the rest of the small details.
So Serikbay perhaps, wins, takes the second, and let's go to the open tournament where everything still has to be decided. So Gadim Bailey made the draw. He's caught up by Francesco Sonis and Nicola Rava, who won their games. Nesterov and Yesip still playing. Yespenko having an extra pawn, but seemingly unable to keep it. G6 is hanging, and after knight e5, rook to b5. Just makes a draw, it seems. The threat is knight d3 as well as knight d6. So there is that. And on board one, Adam Kozak, he is actually in quite a bit of trouble. So even material, but white's side passed pawn, advance to a5, actually does cause a lot of trouble to black. So I'm afraid we'll have to wait for this game to finish, Keti, even though we have a closing ceremony scheduled in less than an hour. So I don't know how it's going to work.
Well, without the champion in the open section, we cannot really close the tournament.
True,
so as long as the first board is in progress,
we have
here.
a lot of officials waiting for the closing ceremony, guests and so on. But without the players, you can't really start. You can't really start the closing ceremony. Okay, so we will have to wait for it. I'll check. Yeah, like most of the games are finished. You have a game running here and there, but of course we will be concentrating on those very top boards. So, yeah, like really, I was so impressed by Livia Jarocka's performance. So she was one of the, let's say, rating underdogs, right? So somewhere in the middle of across the table. And then she played last few games in the leading group and constantly winning against like much higher rated opponents. Really nice.
That's very impressive game by her. And I'm just checking, her rating performance is obviously above than her current rating is 2274, and her rating is 2098, and she is winning at this event 54 rating points before today, and she's gonna get even more today because she just beat 2400 player.
So that's quite impressive. I don't understand one thing, to be honest. I'm looking at this position, and to me it looks completely lost, and then for some reason The engine is not that pessimistic. Why is that? How can this be? Do you see a move here? Because I don't. I think white
No.
loses the knight.
So
How is it even possible? I mean, you can take on g4,
Take
but
knight
that's
e2?
dead lost, right? Takes knight e2, and then even g5 to avoid any kind of knight f4. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
no.
Maybe not g5. Maybe
Just bring
black
the
will
king,
have
yeah.
to think, yeah? Maybe black will have to think, yeah, just come with the king, and then in a couple of moves you'll be able to take on e2 and just win the pawn endgame.
So what it could be? Oh, this
Bishop
is
d4
different?
played,
Oh, okay.
yes, and now after rook e5, I'm considering rook g2. So
Okay.
trapped, right? White can take on e4 with the tempo. Now it will be a terrible mistake to take on g3, I believe. But we can play h5. Now, the knight's trapped. Knight f3 loses to rook g3. That's, yeah,
Yeah,
just
obviously.
take and so on. So rook takes g4 is the only chance. And knight e2, well, maybe it's a chance, I don't know. But what's even the next move you're playing, right? Even this is not clear. Maybe I have to play king b2, so there will be no check. And now if white moves the knight, then rook g3 is winning. No, black is completely winning. Just a matter of time. And also white is very low on time. It's less than 2 minutes left for Kribenshikova, who, by the way, had an amazing tournament herself and also had a very good position today, but just, yeah, perhaps pressure and the fact that it was very close, right? I mean, the medal was very close, or a tie for a medal at the very least. Rook to e5, yes, played. Rook g2 will be played, I guess. Or it is played already. No, black is still thinking. But anyway, this will be finished relatively soon, which I cannot say about the Open tournament. And at least in the girls tournament, we know the name of the champion. We don't know the medals, but we know the name of the champion. For the Open, nothing is clear, because if Kozak loses, I cannot even predict what the tiebreak, I mean, what the Bugles will look like. Because then you have to wait literally to the end of the last game of each player's opponents, basically till the very end of the round. Okay. And Kozak is struggling, as I'm saying. I mean, it's not a pleasant position to be in.
Well, just I was thinking about the situation if Esipenko wins. He made a draw in most of the games, so it's gonna go to Bugol's tie, and he has really good Bugol's.
Knight e5, rook b5, king e4. And now what's interesting, Kompi says it's equal. Kompi says it's equal because of knight takes g6, I believe. Knight takes g6, knight takes g6, and take on h5, I'm guessing. But that's a scary position to play, right? Rook knight versus rook is a draw, of course, but then you have this silly g-pawn which might only get on the way. So black would prefer not to... wait a second. Maybe you don't need to take on g6. Maybe you just give checks, now that I'm thinking. No,
King f3,
that's
king
bad.
g4.
Yeah, of course. King f3 and getting mad. But then it's interesting, like computer says it's a draw, but doesn't really specify how is it a draw. I mean, the closest to a draw that I can find is knight takes g6, right? I mean, at least you're eliminating...
Yeah, and that's the position where white is capable to hold. For computer, for human being, maybe g3 pawn is extra.
I mean, it is somewhat annoying to have this g3 pawn, because there are instances, like for instance, wait a sec, knight e5, let's say I give
G4 or G4? Give this
give
pawn
it-
if it's so distracting.
G4 and then it's lost, right? Knight F3. King F1, King E3, there is no check and it's a stalemate, it's a checkmate. On F2, and if King H1, then once again somehow we should... Oh, this is probably winning. King F4 and I want to go to G3, something like
Yeah,
that.
this pawn is annoying.
Yeah, so after King E4 he might be... It might be not so simple. But other than that, I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, it could be Rook B... No, Rook B3, H4, right? H4 just... Knight F3 wins. H4 wins. No. Apparently... Ah, King F1. Wait a second. King F1. But now I can... Ah, no, I cannot play King F3 because the Rook's gonna take the knight and white can block. Okay, so King F1 is actually a clever move. But it's still not the end, right? Somehow...
Can I play H4 here?
H4 here, but then he probably gives a check or...
Oh, now you can take and
And now
with the
he
knight.
takes over there. And he takes on e5 with the rook, which is annoying because I thought to be clever to play h3, but he has a check with the rook. So knight g6 takes, yeah, and this is a draw. This is the better situation for white because the rook is nicely placed for those checks from the side. I mean,
Yeah, that's a difference.
You'll probably still play it with black, so just somehow try to win, but yeah, objectively it's a draw. So that's board 3 we are talking about, and on board 1, that's the current situation. Well, actually, white can already win an exchange. So Adam decided, yeah, his last move, look, rook to c6, allows white to push the a pawn, as far as I understand, and black is planning to capture and go rook c8. Just accept the position exchange down, where I'm not sure he's holding. I mean, it's a very good chance that black's holding. Just put the knight on d5, put the pawn on h5. No, start with h7, h5, put the knight on d5. But still it's tricky. So white might be getting there. No, also Kozak is very low on time. Actually, both of them very low on time. But yeah, Mendonca is slightly more comfortable on a clock. Yeah, and this version is much worse, right? It's just an extra knight. Black is unlikely to be on time to trade those pawns. So this will be clearly winning. So black actually needs to take. Black actually needs to take this. A6, then... Okay, maybe check makes some sense, because you can kind of always go back with those checks. And then eventually you go to c8. Anyway, yeah, after a6, we will have this position. Extra exchange for white for the pawn, and Adam Kozak will have to demonstrate all his defensive capabilities. A7 on the board, yeah. 7, rook to c8, a8, queen is already played, so we'll need... When the series of moves played so quickly, we actually need digital board, to give digital board a few seconds to kind of catch up with the moves, right?
Yeah,
Unless...
although we can really... it's not too much pieces and we can see it clearly now.
How about girl section? What happened? How did... wait a second. So rook e5, rook g2, takes h5. Ah, so with these checks, white gives all those checks and somehow survives, yeah? The knight survived. Okay. I mean, it's still winning, of course, but white is still fighting. White is still fighting. Well, actually, don't we lose the g-pawn now? Ah, no, g6 and bishop f5, yeah? Because g5, rook b5 would be awkward. It's already like almost a draw.
Yeah, if one pawn is gone, then there's no problem for white to sacrifice the knight for another pawn.
Yeah, so g6, but then yeah, rook b6, bishop f5. Then white is escaping. Actually, black misplayed it quite
Maybe
a
rook
bit.
d7.
She actually
Here. Or bishop d7.
Ah, you can play to d7, yeah. But still, I mean, this is something that you need to win, right? It's important not to go knight f3 because rook f3 wins immediately. But some knight e2 check followed by knight f. Well, actually, knight e2, knight f4 might win the h5 pawn anyway. This knight, it spends so much time on g1, so that now when it gets out, it really is, full of
hungry.
Full of
Wants
anger.
to play. Full of energy.
Full of energy. So, yeah. And what was that? I think that they just got extra score sheets because it looked like at some point but they just got
for signature,
extra score sheets because of move 60.
Rook d7
Rook d7 was played, but rook d7 might as well be just a draw.
Can we take knight to knight f4?
Absolutely. Takes. And you go wait a sec, knight e2, knight f4, or knight f3 and just attempt to block those guys. Because it's very close to a draw, to be honest. Like, if you let me play one more move, I'm almost sure it's a draw. With king on h4, knight on g5.
Yeah, I know what I worry here. How about bishop g4 and h4?
Bishop g4, yes. Let's say knight e5. Because interestingly, I also threatened to take. Or, yeah, but then you'll move the bishop, you'll be threatening g5. Yeah, so I go here and h4, right? This is winning, yeah?
Yeah, let's go back to the game because something
else
here.
is happening, yeah? Okay, let's see.
After rook d7.
White didn't... knight e2 check. King c4. And now, if you don't trade the rooks, then black will just win because of rook f7, rook e7. So you kind of forced
we
to.
saw the face right now of
You're kind of forced to.
Oh, look at her.
And then wait a second. So we go here. How does black win? Bishop g4 or? Because if you go h4, it's actually a draw. I'm almost sure it's knight g6. Yeah, king g3, and I mean I'm not planning to, or even knight e5. Yeah, knight e5 is there as well. So white is not without a chance. Look, white is not without a chance. All of a sudden.
Okay, let's go to this line. Take a knight f4.
Takes knight f4. Yeah, so black has to play something, and this something is bishop g4 only, I'm guessing.
Bishop g4 and then probably just a g5.
Yeah, but still, this g5. Yeah, knight somehow still doesn't get to any good squares. So Elizabeth is still thinking. Is she?
They made several moves. Oh, rook is still alive?
Rook is still on the board, but if white made the move and rook is still on the board, then white's just lost. No, I think the rooks are traded. But yeah, we'll have to wait. Yeah, rooks are traded. Knight went to... Not sure where it went. Knight g3 or... Actually, knight g3, so knight f4. Yeah, knight f4, bishop g4, but this is lost. This is lost. We can't really... wait a sec. Maybe we physically block this pawn. How about that? We physically block this pawn, and then we want to play king g3, king h4. Maybe we are still fighting? No? Bishop f5. It's a check. Here. Nah. Now the king is coming as well, yeah. So for people at home to understand, right? So if pawns are connected like this, pawn on h5, pawn on g5, it's winning. It's winning, no doubt. Well,
yeah, it's unfortunate for white that the h1 square is the light
yeah,
square, and
light
the
square
bishop is also
bishop
light, so
helps
that's
the
winning.
h pawn. Yeah. Helps the h promote. So yes, black is winning, but yeah, king g3 played, so g5 now is perhaps the only move, believe it or not. So one more time. I mean, if this happens, king goes here, and this is just a draw, I'm guessing. You go to g5. I mean, you could take already, right? But even like going to g5, and then we can take it any time. g5 played. So now no good route. Knight. Knight g2. Then the knight is eventually getting trapped. King d3, check, king d2, king e2, you know. So this knight is restricted. And same happens to the knight if it goes to g6. Yeah, now black has to go with the king in the other direction. Then knight e7, we go there. Knight g8, we go there. And the knight is trapped, right? So it'll take black some time, but eventually this knight will be surrounded. Yeah. Oops, that's a wrong game.
Another game?
That's a wrong game, just misclicked. Yeah. Knight to g6 played. And okay, black has enough time to figure out what to do. So I'll just quickly check what happens in the open section, because that's also quite important, right? All right, so basically we've gotten to this position, which can go for quite a while. Kozak is very low on... well, he actually did play a move, and it's such a committal move. He went h4. He actually went h4, I just seen it from a camera view. So if he's on time with g5 and knight f4, however, it's actually a very clever setup, because he will be hitting the g2 pawn, protecting e6 pawn with the knight. Yeah, it might actually force a draw. It's a very sort of, you know, concrete move. If it works, it practically guarantees a draw.
To me, it seems like he knows what with this short time he plays this
wait
move.
a second.
It means that
So
he knows the setup. And meanwhile, the other game has been ended on the third board.
Nesterov and Yesipenko
against
did
Yesipenko
made a draw. So, well, we've seen something like that. And king f1, rook h2, knight h3. No, this is knight h3. Yeah, it is possible. Rook h3, king g2. Just look, I mean, that's a funny move Nesterov has played. And then 5, rook b6, and nothing to be done. Yeah. All right, so Yesipenko gave it a try. He could do, but he failed to win. All right, so we should go back to this board or girls' board. I'm not even sure. Can you please keep an eye on girls' board, so then when they finish, then...
Yeah, obviously it's also on the screen, so...
Okay, this is completely winning now. This is completely winning because any move white plays, black can just play h4, right? And gain even more space and then kick the knight away and so on. So that's hopeless. And one for girls, like 1-2 draws in the leading group. Like most of the games decisive even in the last round. Very impressive. Okay, knight jumps to d7, but then even like h4, king, then it goes somewhere, and then you just, I mean, one of the many ways is just that you get the king to g4. Anyway, will take some time, but black is inevitably winning. So the only question is what happens over there. So h4, and white gave a check on f8. So now, if king e7, well, it's just on time to play rook h8, attacking the pawn, g5, king e5, and this is something you don't want to be playing, even if it's a draw, because like knight f4, rook h7, no, it's not a draw, it must be lost with the king cut on the last rank. Ah, maybe you know what, maybe you go king f7. You are not scared to lose the e6 pawn. Maybe you do not lose the e6 pawn. Rook h7 check, king g6 with the tempo, and then knight f4. Right. So it's important not to get your king cut on the last rank. That's the only thing. h4, rook f8. He does play king e7. So now the question is, what does white do here? Rook h8. Yeah, you can't do much. It's still a draw, but it can last forever. I mean, where is this time on a clock? Girl's second board as well. Continues. Can we find some like stupid idea how not to lose now? I was thinking knight h4 takes, and this is like almost stalemate, but not, because king g3. No, there's not much to be done. No, you probably just give a check and.
Oh, there is some trade.
What? She did play this. She actually did play this knight h4. So perhaps hallucinated, or maybe just had like seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the chance that white played knight h4 is bigger than black played h4. So
Yeah.
a handshake.
And king g6 and bishop e8 would do as well. Okay, so Serikbai wins, ties for first, and apparently takes second, right? Takes the second after Beidulaiva, and it's a huge tie for the bronze between Livia Yarotska, I think Kurmangalieva from Kazakhstan, yes, Sala or from Slovenia, and another player from Kazakhstan, Kamalidenova. So these are 4 players tied from 3rd to 6th place. Only one of them will get the medal.
Another round is needed. Round 12 is needed to make things more clear.
And okay, and let's finish with the boys, because everything on the top board is done by now. Only the leader.
The most important.
So he's fighting for the gold medal. He's actually fighting for the gold medal.
Wow.
Knight f6. I don't really like knight f6, because you can see the evaluation bar went up, and this means knight f6 is a mistake. which white somehow didn't use, and we don't know how he could possibly use
Yeah.
it.
Rook h6, yeah?
But then it's knight d7
97.
check. I have a suspicion how you win, and if it's right, then no,
Oh,
no,
no.
no.
Looks
It
fancy,
doesn't work. But then I don't
Try
know
rook
what.
f8.
Rook f8. No, knight
You're gonna
d7.
lose.
This is the way to lose. Rook h6. Yeah, actually, you have fantastic. No, I wanted
We're
to.
running out from the ideas
Yeah.
and the moves.
No, but
Oh,
white
yeah,
was
so-
saying white is winning. I mean, come
Let
on.
me check. Rook h6.
And then it says after you play rook h6, it actually says there's nothing special. So
that's weird.
that's the engine just, not being very clever, perhaps.
No, it's actually something. Rook h6.
So he could have played rook
Knight
h6,
d7,
knight d7,
king
king
to
goes
d4.
to d4,
And now after knight f6, now rook is on 6th rank, so rook g6.
rook g6. Now this is winning. I mean, if you win the g5 pawn, that's game. So he actually missed a chance. And now, what's the situation? Rook a8, knight to d7, king e4, king f6. But now the king is back to f6. So he is getting closer to his ideal setup with the, with the knight on f4. So if black achieves king on f6, knight on f4, it's a draw, right? All right, so white, wait a second, white went rook a2, as I can see from a camera view.
Oh, what a tense game.
Now Kozak is the one who has more time. And you can actually think of g4, I wanted to say, but that seems to be a wrong approach. No, you actually have to play for the fortress, I'm guessing. Yeah, we're thinking g4 because...
But now there's a check, right? And then after king goes on g5, then rook d2, and you're losing e5 square.
You mean check on f2?
Yeah. Or, yeah.
But I was hoping maybe I will exchange some more pawns. But maybe you don't even need this check. I guess I'm just losing the h-pawn this way, and then we'll get to g4. So it's an attractive idea to kind of push the pawn immediately. Okay, knight c5 check happened instead. After rook a2, knight c5 check, king d4, but then you have to return with the knight, right? Whoa, such a tricky position. And Mendonca is playing extremely well because he is able to put those problems, right? So rook e2, still the board is not updating on time, so we've seen check, king d4 and knight back to d7. So now it's literally seconds for both of them. White's also is like very limited on the clock. As we are getting short on time before the closing ceremony. But yeah, as we said, we cannot start without the players. Let's see. Let us see. So, after knight d7, what was the winning trick, if there was any winning trick?
Rook f2 and
Rook
king e7.
f2 he has played. King went back to e7. I mean, I'm somewhat surprised that he kind of preferred to keep the king on e7 and not trying to go there. But anyway, so he kind of found the setup he's happy with, and he tries to maintain it. But what's the next move for black then if I kind of pass? He goes to f6, and whenever king goes to e5, it's a check, right?
Well, actually, there is very smart move, knight f8. The knight is on the way to go on g6 and f4.
Here, yeah, you actually can play knight f8, and the rook is no longer on time. Yeah, knight f8 probably just makes a draw, to be honest. Knight f8, and then on king e5 you still have a check, knight g6. Yeah, knight f8 looks super cool. Because you don't need to give this check, right? Don't need to give this check. Yeah, just find knight f8 and become a world champion. That's the task.
So easy, huh?
Maybe we lied to people on the internet, because after king f3, do we actually hold the position? The king is, no, not the rook, but the king is running to g4. It's actually tricky still. It's actually still tricky. No, he goes back to f6. He goes back to f6. Well, now I realize that if, let's say, if you keep the king here, you kind of don't make progress. If you go back, you allow knight check and knight f4. No, king goes to e5, okay, check on d7, obviously very fast, king d4. So he makes some sort of triangle, passes the move. Tricky. Maybe now we are on time.
Oh, what's going on?
Well,
They're talking?
I guess maybe he's not certain if it wasn't threefold repetition, because no, it can, because it's first appearance of this rook on f2, right? It's the first appearance of this rook on f2, so yeah, it cannot be threefold. Cannot be threefold. Maybe he's just, just was annoyed with something. So sometimes
Casually
the
talking
nerves,
to the opponent.
kind of the nerves kick in, and you might, okay, so the king's here. I don't quite get the point, what white is trying to achieve, but he certainly is looking for something. Like, okay, if black plays knight f6, I mean, what's the biggest thing here? What did he? Okay,
Oh,
black goes
f8.
for knight f8. Finally, with the king on d4. All right, so now once again, the king probably has to start running to f3 and d4, but this seems there. It's oops, wrong. King here, knight f4. There seems to be, black seems to be just on time, no? No, but you'll have this g3 thing. Or, no, g3, black takes. For some reason it says, but this is how white is winning. Come on, I mean, he just takes and probably wins, right? Takes, and he's on time to collect h4 and still be...
At the point where king was on f3, there's knight e5 check. King e4, knight g6, king f3, knight
if king
f5.
f3, knight e5 to kick the king back and go back, right? Mm-hmm. Well, actually, none of the above happened, because he went knight... I'm getting confused. Knight f8, but you see the position from a camera view, it's
King
once
e4
again...
and knight to d7.
Once again, knight back to d7.
That's
so,
second time repetition.
So he doesn't want the knight to g6, f4. He feels like this is the fortress. It's confusing. It's once again, I'm not even sure that this is a second time. King e4, we saw king e4, knight f6 check, right? Now it's king e4, knight d7. So it's incredibly tense, in fact.
Yeah, it's second time repetition.
And was it... No, wait a second, I don't see it. But now it's white to move, no?
Mm-hmm.
But it's different then, it's not...
And he goes rook to a2.
Rook a2, okay.
Knight f6, I suppose.
Knight f6, yeah. But now again, I mean, this is also kind of dangerous quite a bit, because you might be losing this guy. It's so tricky. So tricky. Rook a2, and the fact that black always has to make a move on last seconds, because you
Yeah.
exactly have like 30 seconds to figure out.
He has to play king to f6, and in fact, he already played king f6. Yeah, he knows what he is doing, actually. He plays only moves.
Yeah, maybe he figured out. But honestly, this seems to be like a very hard position to defend. And he also once let white into his camp, right? So king f6. Like now, yeah, okay, rook f2 check. We had this one. Check and back to e7, but that's not a threefold.
His case, it is.
He's claiming. Let me see. Let me see.
So hard to convince you, right? Even if I checked.
You mean this? No. With rook on f2, we need this position with rook on f2, right? So rook f2, king e7. First when rook gives a check on f2. Okay, fair enough. No, by the way, the king is on d4, right? So this is the same position, but with white to move. Now, it's technically a repetition, but the different side to move, so it doesn't count, I'm afraid. So it's not a threefold. We have exactly the same position, but with different side to move, so it's not a threefold. It's a false claim. It has to be not only the position is the same, but the side to move should be the same. So that's not a threefold. And before that, the rook wasn't on. Maybe wait a second. Maybe I'm lying to you. Maybe rook. No. So it's easy to get confused, and probably he got confused as well. But seriously, one more time. Look, rook f2, king here, king e4. We have this position with black to move, and few moves later, it's white to move in the same position. So this is like kind of first time doesn't count. And they've only repeated it once. So he'll have to continue playing. And honestly, it's impossible to continue playing. I mean, if you claimed and then the claim gets rejected, it's like, how do you, like morale goes like really low, I believe.
Then someone gets 2 minutes on the clock. I think it could be really good to hear what they are talking and to have the Zoom. Oof, 33 seconds for white, 22 seconds for black, and they are waiting for arbiter.
Yes, and now it will be this very awkward pause. No, they probably already figured out.
They probably checked the internet.
They've already figured out, so now an arbiter adds some time to Mendonca's clock, right? But Kozak has, I mean, this hustle while, you know, the time being added, the moves being checked. Kozak actually has the time to think about the position. So in a way, no, I believe he was sure that it was a threefold, but in a way it was a practical attempt nevertheless, because he at least could have figured out what's going on.
Yeah, it's very devastating for him indeed.
All right. So, king e7. I mean, the thing is, so far, white is yet to demonstrate the winning plan anyway. So, and literally, no, not everything. Both 6 still in progress. Rook and bishop against the rook. Okay, at least here you know this is going to finish. It's move 50. No, move 50 when they. So it's actually what? Last was taken and move 6, and now it's number 95. Oh, dangerously close, by the way. I mean, this is not how you're supposed to be defending. But anyway, probably we'll finish in a draw. Okay, there are some games, but lower boards. But of course, yeah, that's the most important. Just to check, girls section, everything should be done by now. No, board 6 is. Lisa Schulz is absolutely winning, or Lara Schulz, pardon, is absolutely winning, but it will take her some time to convert.
Okay, I think they're ready.
Go here, go here, go here, and go rook g8. Yeah, let's go back to board 1 in the open section, where it's not clear.
And rook b2, the white played rook b2 to make sure that there's no repetition.
Rook b2, right. So what was black doing previously? He was giving a check, right? No, king f6, sorry. Rook b2, king f6, and what was the move? Rook to b5. So cutting off the knight. But hang on a second. King g. No, he cannot attack. Yeah, king g6 is possible, but it's also scary. Come on, it can last forever as well. Well, maybe 10 moves ago, g5 was the last pawn move. So we are not approaching any kind of 50 moves rule or something. So rook to b5. I'm not sure. It's the decision between king g6, yeah, king g6 or knight f8. He has played king g6. Does white have something? So look, now if the rook was on a5, I guess rook a7 would win, right? And let me just create this position just to make sure that, yeah, rook a7 would have, no, somehow black is still holding, or not, no. So perhaps he should have gone rook a2. So that was the position we had, and here rook a5, king goes. Here you don't need to move the king, you have knight b6, so that's why rook went to b5, king g6. And here again, computer sees some win, which we don't know what it is. King f3, knight f6, rook e5. Yeah, king f3 probably just wins. No. And again, it goes back. No, I resign. By this point, it's a very long day, very long last day of a very long tournament. So let's just watch what the guys are playing. By that point, I'm giving away any hope of, coming up with potential winning lines. From what we see, white struggles to make progress, but apparently, since computer suggests that, yeah, something is available, let's believe something is available, but we have no clue what it is. Yeah, now Kozak is again, I mean, he's down to some second, and okay, white plays king f3. And now this evaluation goes back for whatever reason. It's not clear what move black can play. Point being, knight f6 loses to rook e5, right? Aha, he goes king f6, but this, wait a second, king f6 allows king g4, right? But then knight e5, rook e5, king e5 actually doesn't win. because black just runs. Wow, that's crazy. This king f3, king back to f6, king g4, okay. Knight e5, but king h5, yeah? King to h5. And black has to play knight f7, right?
King f5 is also possible.
Ah, king f5 is possible. Right, knight f7 is probably bad. I was thinking because of something like this, and I'm actually threatening to give a check and take. Oof, how complicated is that? And you don't even know who if say Kozak loses, we don't even know who has the best tiebreak.
No, we don't.
That's so confusing. So at least we know who the winner is in the girls section is, for now. But
it's interesting if he loses and he's still winning.
yeah, so in terms of Buchholz, Yesipenko was very dangerous. He had very high Buchholz, right?
But then in case Medonka is dangerous for him, if he wins, he will also have 8 points.
Yeah, but the Buchholz, the Buchholz...
Direct encounter.
No. Direct encounter is only
Girls
applied.
section?
No, is only applied if everyone played with each other, and we have like 5 players tying for the first, right? If Mendonca wins, so it's either all of them play the mini tournament or it's not counted, and then the second is Buchholz. To be exact, Buchholz minus the lowest result. Yeah, knight f7, which is a losing move, and I think rook b1 was played pretty fast. So now...
Well, I just received a photo of chess cake, so some people are already celebrating while the most important game in the open section is in progress.
Is still in progress, right? And yeah, Mendonca is winning, so it'll be a huge tie for how many people? Gadim Bailey, Mendonca himself, Kozak 3, then Sonis 4, and Kacherava 5. First to fifth. And then,
yeah, impressive.
And then you cannot really count direct encounter because they did not play, like everyone did not play everybody. For sure there was someone who didn't play each other, so direct encounter is not applied, and then you go for this Buchholz -1, and God knows what who has the best Buchholz, because it's we know the situation before this round, but of course it changes as the round goes. Okay, knight d6, check, knight f5, and rook f2, and you force black to move the e-pawn forward because what? Ah, no, you cannot even move the e-pawn forward because king g4 wins the knight. Ah, so black is forced to drop the g5 pawn, and that's just game. Rook f2, that's a final Zugzwang. So Adam Kozak, after a brilliant play the entire tournament, he loses this endgame, and very likely, I don't know, maybe he's still the champion. I mean, it's kind of, the drama would be if he actually loses the title. That's like the real drama. So king e5, king g5, but that's desperate. King e5, what? King e4. Now you can give a check and just take, right? So this is game over. So you can give a check on f4, just take on f5, I guess, right? That would be awkward if I'm suggesting a drawish line. No, come on, I mean, it's should be win, but it's better not to do this, right? Rook is 5 pawns, knight is 3 pawns. Why to trade?
Yeah, that's right.
Why to trade? You can probably win in some other way. You can probably win in some other way, and Adam realizes everything. He already understood what's going on. Okay, rook e2 is actually a clever choice, because after king d5, white is, I mean, he can just win the second pawn, I guess, right? King f6, if knight d4, then check and rook e4. And not much to do. Knight e3, you probably just take the other guy and then go back to g5 and so on. Yeah, check was played. King d5, and then king f6 finishes the game. Which is perhaps not the longest game in the championship, but like for the last round, you know, the game on the board 1, to have this 80 moves of play is quite heartbreaking.
Yeah, to lose after so long game, it is heartbreaking. To lose the title after a long game.
We don't even know if he lost the title. I mean, that's the funniest part for us. I mean, not for him,
Well,
definitely.
at least he feels like he's losing right now.
Yeah. Well, Junior Chess Championship, let me see. Cross table after round 10. It's not trivial. So Kozak had Bugoltsov 57.5, Sipenko had 59, Chirava 58. I will not be surprised at all if Kozak is still a champion, because kind of the guys who were ahead of him on Bugolts, the only person was Kacharava, but it was only half a point, so anything is possible, I have to say. Anything is possible. And the highest Bugolts in the tournament before this round was for Frederick Swane, interestingly. So he, well, you know, Bugolts in a way reflects kind of the strength of a tournament you've played. Okay, so the game is still kind of going, but king d6, king f6, knight d4, and rook e4 should be it. Rook e5, fair enough. Rook e5 to even improve on this line, because yeah, the knight's not moving, the pawn's dropping, right? You have to play a move with the king. And off you go. Rook e5, and Mendonca wins against Adam Kozak, which makes 5-way tie for the first. And we still don't know the name of the winner. And the closing ceremony was supposed to be starting
right now.
In a minute, right? Which is impossible. Of plan is, Keti, as the big boss, can you tell me? Do we wrap it up?
What makes me big boss?
Do we just wrap it up, say it's a tie, and let people figure it out? Because we really don't know. The thing is, yeah, me and Keti, we are supposed to be hosts at the ceremony, which will start anytime soon. I mean, not earlier than these guys arrive, I believe, from the playing hall. Yeah, and I believe it will take quite some time for the arbiters to kind of officially confirm who's the winner. And since direct encounter is not cannot be applied here for this 5-way tie, I believe, yeah, Bogolts, we can't really wait on air. Anyway, it will be published on tournament's official page. It will be published on chess results, so on and so on. And
yeah, and probably in
I
few
think
minutes,
that's it, right? That's
it's gonna
it.
be in a few minutes. They cannot let the players wait longer because they are waiting already too much. A lot of nerves here. So that's it for us. We know already in the girls section the champion, and there was really impressive tournament for Beidulayeva. We're gonna know together, all of us, you guys offline and us also offline, who is the winner in the guys section. Now it is necessary to count all the tie breaks. I think that's the final goodbye for us because we have to run to the
Yeah, that was a
ceremony.
really such a dramatic day. Both leaders actually losing in the last round, but yeah, so that's the nature of chess tournaments. Stay focused till the very end. And in case of Beidulayeva, it actually worked for her. She is the champion, nevertheless. We'll see if the same will be true for Adam Kozak. See you guys next time, next tournament, somewhere, someplace, sometime.
Thank you very much for watching. Bye.